We ran up against the clock last time, which of course we don't have that pressure this time, but we don't want to waste any of the time that we have. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. And the first order of business we have is adoption of the agenda. Does anybody have a motion?
So move to adopt the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ariola. And so, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Okay. Okay. All in favor of the motion. I'm sorry. Public comment on the motion to adopt the agenda. Larry?
No, sir. None whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. First order of business, Madam Clerk.
Our first order is 191183, equity budget discussion, with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marshall, did you have any introductory comments you wanted to make on this, or should we turn right to commission discussion?
Actually, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I do have a few comments that I'd like to make. And actually, I wanted to show a breakdown of where the money has been budgeted, so the commission can get a better understanding of the plans for the 300,000. So I'm going to. So if you remember back in May of 2019, the City Commission voted on funding for the Office of Equal Opportunity to advance its equity efforts into sustainable programs. And one of those was actually voted on back in December, on December 5th. The commission voted for a disparity study to be done around our small business program to see if we had the legal basis to create race and gender-based programs. And so with that, our office has reached out to Keen Independent Research. They are actually the ones that are doing the RFP for the disparity study. And if you can remember back to our conversation that we had back in December with Ms. Michelle Clark Jenkins that came from Griffin and Strong, she quoted us that a disparity study for a city of our size would be between $250,000 to $300,000. And I wanted to kind of a point of clarification that the office did not receive $600,000 for this fiscal year. It's $600,000 over the next 2 fiscal years. So we only received $300,000 for this fiscal year. So if you look at the amounts that we would spend for the disparity study, that money would potentially for this fiscal year on. Again, we have engaged a research company to do our RFP, but we haven't gotten into the RFP process just yet. And then moving into some of the racial equity training that we've suggested that the city does to advance racial equity work, we obviously have to have training. And the numbers that you see are the numbers that we received from GARE. So looking at what we would be spending for the disparity study plus the equity training from GARE, the monies that we would use for the equity training would actually have to come from some of our vacancy savings. And so I just kind of wanted to put those numbers out there as far as projected dollars of where that $300,000 for this fiscal year would go. But also keeping in mind that any emergency planning that we do, if we're not factoring in some of the health problems that we haven't had discussions about yet, limits our office's ability to create any additional programs. And when I say health inequities, I'm talking about some of the conversations that we, like I said, have not had yet around the over-indexing of African Americans in our community here with COVID-19. And so those are things that we're looking at as well to create additional programs with any funding that we can have that we have left.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall. Quick question.
Yes.
the RFP for the disparity study has been released, and where are we in that process?
So we have actually, no, we have not done the RFP. We have contracted with the company to actually do the RFP for us. The city of Gainesville has never done an RFP for a disparity study before. And we reached out to some other cities in Florida, city of Tallahassee and a couple of others, to get copies of RFPs that they've done. And they all let us know that they didn't even do their own RFPs for the disparity study simply because it's so technical that they engage companies to do those for them. And so that is where we are in that process at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So really the decision point for the commission would be if we want to delay conducting that disparity study for a year, there would be funds in the budget to reprogram towards economic relief. If we want to continue along the process we've already approved in concept to do the disparity study, then that is basically the budget plus more, including the training and all that. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct. And I actually had a conversation with the city manager earlier, and our office is prepared to donate some funds to the city manager's GNV Cares.
Where would those funds be coming from?
They would be coming from some of our potential vacancy savings.
Okay. Okay, very good. Let's turn back to the commission then. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. So currently the vacancy savings as of today is roughly $100,000, Ms. Marshall?
That's the amount that I've let the city manager know that our office is prepared to donate today.
And that would not have an impact on the racial disparity study funding. That's separate.
That's separate, correct.
Okay, and currently, if you go back to that list we were just looking at, the training was $127,000. So right now, how much do you have readily available minus the training and the consultant fees?
Let me pull the slide back up. So currently, out of the $300,000 that has currently been spent, the only thing that has been spent is the $8,500.
Okay. And you have an estimated training total of $127,868.
Yes, and we're in the contract process with GEAR as we speak.
Okay, so with the 127 and the 8,500, what is that total amount that would go towards the $300,000? I don't have my calculator brain right now.
I don't have a calculator.
It'd be about 135.
Right.
Okay, so 135. So roughly we would have over half of the 150, a little over 150 left from that pot of money, in addition to the $100,000 we have for vacancy money. And so we have two separate pots of funding currently. The $100,000 vacancy funding, and also this roughly over maybe $175,000 in this pot.
Correct.
Okay. So what I would like to see is that we take what we definitely need to utilize some funds, I believe. What I would like to see is the vacancies that you currently have available. What vacancies are there, Ms. Marshall?
They're from the vacancies that we have not filled, that went unfilled from October 1 to present. Currently, we have a position that'll be filled on next Monday. And we currently have 3 vacancies open. Well, actually, they just closed over the weekend. So those vacancies could be filled very soon. The money from the vacancy savings is projected if those employees start in June.
Okay, but
that's just a projection. Okay.
Well, commissioners, I would like to see us utilize one of either the funding sources. Whatever source does not have a heavy impact on on her department, I prefer. I think that is much needed for our community, and I'm requiring if we utilize those funds that it goes to the GNV neighbors portion of the care package. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on this as well, but I'm ready to make a motion after I hear everyone's thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should, I agree, Commissioner Simmons, we should use the vacancy savings around $100,000 and put that towards GNV neighbors. That will also give unrestricted dollars that they could be used for undocumented individuals and things like that who may not fit into the SHIP and the CDBG dollar funds. I would support your motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you both. And so to be clear, just for myself, Ms. Marshall, the amount that we're talking about transferring into what sounds like GNV neighbors would be about $100,000 that are the realized vacancy savings from the first 2+ quarters of the fiscal year.
That is correct.
Okay. Commissioner Simmons, interested in the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Before you do that, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. About what percentage of your budget is that, Ms. Marshall? The $100,000? Is it about 1/10 of your budget?
I'm not sure.
I mean, the last time I looked, I think the budget for the Office of Equity and Inclusion is about $1 million. So that would mean that this would be about 1/10 of your budget.
And most of that is in personnel services.
Okay. And so 1/10 of the Office of Equal Opportunity budget, it's been suggested to move to the Gainesville neighbors. And then we have about, $3 million that's going towards this from the different funds, which is, a little bit less than 3% of our general budget. So to me, overall, if you look at those numbers, then that automatically is inequitable. 2, if there is such an urgency to increase the amount of money to Gainesville neighbors, then what I would suggest is that we just switch the money that we are taking from that we are allocating towards the small businesses and put more of that towards Gainesville neighbors. I'm not really sure what the end goal is here. So if someone can explain to me what the end goal is, then I think there might be a better way to get there. Because ultimately what we're signaling to our community, to staff, is that equity is no longer a priority. And if that is the case, then let's just make it plain, say it, and we'll take the vote and move on. But I wish that we were not having this discussion, because we have the CRA funds, CDBG funds that are already meant to help our East Side and our lower income neighbors that we're reallocating. So we're reallocating equity to equity. What's the end goal here?
Do you conclude, Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the manager and the general manager because I did some quick math, and if we were to allocate the $100,000, you'd be looking at about, according to our previous direction, you'd be looking at about 80 additional payments, which is significant and will help people. But since we're talking about accrued vacancy savings, what are we doing with the rest of our vacancy savings around the organization, both in general government and in GRU?
Mr. Feldman, you want to take that one first, and then Mr. Bolarski after he answers the question?
Generally, our accrued savings roll into fund balance at the end of the year so that they can be reappropriated in the following year?
Okay. Well, I think I would like to, if this is the direction the commission is going to go, I'd like for us to have all of our vacancies so that we can sort of use all of that savings for this program. And I wouldn't say that reallocating monies for vacancies is demoting in priority our equity commitment commissioner. I think that these are extraordinary times, and we're not giving up on that. We've talked about the toolkit. We've continued. I mean, I've seen that spreadsheet for the first time with all those expenses. Really shows to me that we are moving ahead with the funds that we originally distributed. I believe it was about 1.5 years ago at this point. I think that it is a significant amount of money for the Office of Equal Opportunity. But if the director is telling me that that's something that is available, then I'm willing to take her direction on that. But I would not like it for it to just be this portion of cash, because I do think that if it's just $100,000 from this pot, I think that there's a greater magnitude that we can have an effect on if we include all of our vacancies across the organization. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I were to support this, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to yet or not, I would like to, as Commissioner Areola suggested, do a recap of other similar funds available across the budget. And I know that doesn't happen quickly. So what I would suggest is not the right word, but what I would like us to think about is perhaps creating a second wave of Gainesville Cares neighbors, so that we could get the first wave into action. We are the fastest we can get money in people's hands at this point is 2 months after we first took action on this crisis. So I want to get some money in people's hands. I don't want to talk this while we talk about it and consider options. People are waiting to get paid, waiting to have something to work with. I would like to move ahead with what's currently on the table and then create a second wave of Gainesville Cares neighbors with unrealized funds that may be available. I'm not suggesting we sweep all accounts, because we do need to, we'll need a fund balance going into the next budget year. So we need to know what might be available. So I would like us to consider that separately. And if we choose to use that in a second wave, a month, 2 months down the road, because this is not going to go away quickly. But I don't want us to dither on getting money in people's pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Blarski, I realized I didn't go back and recognize you, but I would be surprised if you didn't give the same answer as Mr. Feldman. That's what happens to all accrued vacancy dollars every year as they get rolled into fund balance for the next year, which on the utility side doesn't put as much upward rate pressure on our decision-making process. On the city government side, it doesn't put pressure on millage rate and things like that, or as much if we were to not have that fund balance. Did you want to add anything to that?
Can I answer that, Mayor?
Of course.
I'm sorry, because we have been tracking that type of information. GRU budget's a 6% vacancy rate, and we're currently at about 6.5% vacancy rate. So there's some savings to that. I think general government budget's somewhere around 3%, so we budget a higher vacancy rate. So just to give you the up-to-date numbers.
Right. Okay. Mr. Feldman.
I do want to qualify the answer too. So typically that's what we do. However, this year we will have some revenue shortfalls due to declining sales tax, declining communication service tax, declining local option gas tax, revenue sharing. So some of our vacancy dollars would go to plug those holes as well. So we would, I think as Commissioner Ward pointed out, before you spend it, I'd like the opportunity to show you how it would be used.
The same goes here, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, I move that we utilize the $100,000 from the Office of Equal Opportunity, Inclusion and Diversity Office. Excuse me.
You still have the floor.
Okay, that we utilize $100,000 from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. We include that into the Gainsborough Neighbors Fund package. That we also have staff come back with unrealized funds that may be available in general government and GRU, but in their departments, and update the commission on that.
Is there a second? Commissioner Santos seconds it. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this up at our last meeting and asking for it to be on the agenda today. I'm not going to support the motion right now. In essence, agree with Commissioner Ward's comments. I want to give our staff a little bit more time to look at additional funding sources for a potential second round of assistance. I thank Ms. Marshall for looking at those funds and finding those funds, and I think it's something that all 6 charters need to do collaboratively, not over impacting or overburdening one charter office. I especially am sensitive to the needs of the small charter coalition and how tight your budgets are. I would not want to characterize us making a choice between diversity, inclusion, and equity, or emergency relief for our neighbors. I think that we can do both. I think that we are trying to do both, it's the needs are immediate. And if those needs go unaddressed, then we are tacitly allowing further gaps to expand between the groups that we're trying most to help right now. And so by doing nothing or not doing as much as we're capable of, that will further the racial and ethnic disparities that already exist, which to me, you asked what the point was, Commissioner Johnson. To me, it's to get money into the hands of our most vulnerable, which has been defined in the GNV CARES plan, to try to keep them from getting an eviction notice, from getting late fees on their utilities, and some other pressures that would cause exaggerated distress compared to the rest of our community. But I do want our staff to have the time to consider not just vacancy funds, but other funds that might be available if and when the time comes for a second round of this. And so much is going to depend on what the federal government does and the state government does, and what we can do to leverage and multiply the effects of those programs if indeed they do continue. And if they don't continue, then that's a different question that we're going to have to answer. And the pressures on us are going to be that much harder. So giving us time to be thoughtful about that and really look at all of the potential sources and how they can best be used, including unrestricted funds that allow us a little bit more flexibility, I think is important to me. Okay, so that generated, I never get to speak last. It's going to be my sine die. I'm going to speak last, and I'm going to drop the gavel 2.5 years from now. Okay, Commissioner Warren.
You're on mute.
Omi, can you unmute Commissioner Warren, please? Or Marie?
Commissioner Warner, if you just would not press anything on the screen, I'm going to try to do it from my end. I think we're canceling each other out. Just one moment.
The old car lock thing.
Yeah. There we are.
Okay, thank you. So following up with where we were talking last week about the money, I'd like to get some clarification on the process that the money goes from us to our neighbors who need it. Since our meeting, I've had 2 meetings with the Continuum of Care and members of the community working with the housing and keeping people housed and getting the homeless people services. And so I was wondering if these funds, if the process is going to include going through the agencies who have already been doing this type of getting money to the families who need assistance. So trying to get clarification, what is the idea of how the city funds would get to the people?
And that's sort of a question for our next item, but we can answer it now. We're specifically talking about whether to release more funds into the program from the Department of Equity and Inclusion. But Mr. Feldman, we did have a conversation about that earlier today about how the funds must be distributed. So do you want to fill in the commission on that?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So the funds under the SHIP program, pursuant to the latest guidance from the state, we will have to write the checks to landlords and utilities for there. So there will not be direct disbursement to the individual. So individual will apply, they will tell us what their rent or their mortgage payment is and what their utility payments are. Under the previous guidelines that were adopted, we would provide up to $1,250 for 2 months worth of rent and utilities. Those payments would go direct to the landlord or mortgage company and utilities.
Okay, that was a concern that we had with the COC and the meetings last week. So that was a major concern that many of the vendors who provide services in home to individuals was wanting to see that the landlords and utilities were being paid. So, you know, to the point then about the money that we have with the Equal Opportunity Office and $100,000 that's been mentioned. One of the concerns that I have with, usually at this time of year, we're working on our budget. And I find it hard to continue too far down this path of trying to figure out how much money we can give without also somehow getting into the works of our budget and to consider what is available and to do, you know, a couple of different ideas of what planning may be for the next few months. You guys are certainly going to have to start doing some parallel discussions about the budget to consider, you know, what can we do and keep our property taxes where they are now? What can we do with our utility rate and keep our utility rates lower without having to raise everything? Or how much are we going to have to raise things to be able to provide the amount of services that we want? So again, I feel like we're trying to take care of, and I understand that when it's a crisis, you don't worry about some of those other things, but I do feel that we have to find a way to have those conversations too, because this problem is going to be going on for many, many months. So there's that concern that I just feel like we're isolating this, you know, and I haven't been able to come up with an analogy. Usually I can find pretty good analogies for situations, but what we're dealing with to provide relief to the community, seeing that some of the relief that's coming from the federal level is going to the, you know, the S&P 100 or 500, how many ever they've got in the list instead of the small businesses. It's going to be a big problem for the rest of this year to find a financial balance to our residents and our budget. And so that's my concern there. Do we have anything scheduled at this time for when any of those other budget discussions? Maybe that's what we're going to be doing next week. Does anybody have an idea as to when we're going to start talking about the budget?
Madam Clerk, I know a GRU budget meeting got canceled.
Right.
But
well, then I would just, I'm not here for much longer, but I would ask everybody to say it's hard to take care of this without looking at everything else that we've got to be able to include. And to the point of, to get the racial disparity also, we have to put many rocks on the table now for, I was going to use an analogy with you guys about how important it is to identify our priorities in life with a story about a science teacher who's teaching that to his kids, and he's got a glass jar and he says, okay, you've got a lot of little things going on and you've got some really big items in your life that you've got to take care of. And if you fill the jar up with all the little items, there's no room in the jar for the big rocks. And we have to look at what are our big rocks. And right now we're seeing that this COVID is a boulder. And how are we going to make room on our priorities? I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the city manager. Under the current funding of CHIP funds and the CARES Act CDBG funds, can any of those funds in the GNV neighbors be used for undocumented individuals legally?
No.
So because of that reason, I do believe that we should pass the motion on the floor so that GNV neighbors can be used for undocumented individuals, because the current funding does not allow for that. So I think we need these unrestricted dollars to be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, the portions of the GNV CARES that come from the general fund, can those be used for undocumented neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how much money falls into that category of, we'll call it unrestricted?
So in the GNV neighbors section, that's only funded by SHIP and CDBG dollars. The general fund dollars are used to fund the GNV business. So we talked a little bit about this at the last meeting about giving me the flexibility to move money between the different sources so that we could address undocumented workers or undocumented neighbors, so that we could move, let's say, CDBG money back up to business and so forth, keeping the allocations the same. But we would need to use general fund dollars in the neighbors program to meet that need.
Okay, thank you. I have a feeling that in our next item, we're going to have a discussion about the sort of allocation percentage. I think it will be important for us to give some direction to the manager to address that exact concern that Commissioner Hayes Santos has. But anyway, I'm not going to restate my position. I spent too much time on that already. I think I made myself clear. So seeing no more hands, let's go to Larry and ask for public comment on the motion.
Yes, sir, Mayor. We have Nathan Scott, who is standing by to speak.
I'm guessing that's Nathan Scott. Nathan.
Scott, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Nathan Scott. As I mentioned last Thursday, I am of firm belief that this previously unbudgeted item for the equity budget that was in totality $600,000 over 2 years, $300,000 plus per year, should be used as a primary source for funding GNV CARES. I was less than impressed with the responses, particularly on the financial side from the Office of Equal Opportunity. If equity is so important, why do you have vacancies? And allowing that money to be swept back into the general fund like other departments up to and including GRU. My concern with the current budget for the current fiscal year is that you're already over budget, as I thought I heard correctly. You're spending money to hire a consultant to prepare an RFP despite having a plethora of highly paid new staff, assistants, and interns. It's not that difficult, commissioners, to get a copy of our RFP from another city and retype it, particularly if it's in Word form. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. So continuously, this department and the commission does not make the most efficient use of taxpayer money. And that's a prime example. It's not rocket science to get an RFP and emulate it, okay? Secondly, the amount of money that we're spending on GARE. GARE has things on its website that could be used. We're a GARE member. And why is the Office of Equal Opportunity not providing staff? That's more money that could be better utilized to help those that this budget is supposed to help. So again, it seems like you guys are creating a little bit of an administrative nightmare and don't have basic financial details of what money you have and what money hasn't been spent. But that RFP money that hasn't been spent should be committed to helping people. You know, this is taxpayer money, and it should be used to help the taxpayers, not undocumented persons. So, you know, I'm sympathetic. I think everyone supports helping our neighbors and businesses are affected adversely by COVID. But, you know, we need to be good stewards of taxpayer money, commissioners. And I think there are some legal ramifications, as can be seen, and Governor Newsom in California being challenged by what you guys are emulating doing. And I think that principle could equally apply to action in judicial action in Florida, if that needed to be challenged. But my concern is I commend Commissioner Simmons and Santos for wanting to take this unallocated money and redeploy it, reallocate it in your own words to better usage. And I think it was reprehensible for Commissioner Johnson to criticize this commission, saying if you reallocate this money, you're not supporting equity, when in fact that was the same bullying tactic that was used to get this commission to approve $600,000 that was unbudgeted in the last budget cycle. Y'all don't have a problem raising our taxes. You don't have a problem raising our GRU rates. You don't have a problem raising the fire assessment fee. Didn't cut a penny of the budget. You increased it, but now you have all this newfound money. And as Commissioner Warren mentioned, that's going to be problematic when you have to face the taxpayers. And because you won't repurpose and use taxpayer money efficiently. So that's my comment on that item. I support using these monies as a primary source of funding GNV cares. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Do you have any other callers?
No, Mayor, we don't.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move back to the commission for a roll call vote. The vote is to reallocate $100,000 from the Department of Equity and Inclusion that is a result of vacancies up to June 1st in this fiscal year to be used for GNV neighbors. Assuming everyone's clear on the motion, this will be a roll call vote.
Mayor, excuse me, before you go to vote, we did just get a call into the line. I need to check and see whether this person wanted to speak on our current item, but I just wanted to let you know we might have one remaining speaker.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And Mr. Mayor, as well, while Larry is doing that, Commissioner Simmons is having some technical difficulties. She got kicked off, so we're trying to get her added again to the meeting. She does have comments on this item, so if you would just bear with us momentarily.
Sure.
Mayor, we don't have a second call for this item at this time.
Okay, we will wait a moment to see if we can get Commissioner Simmons reestablished and then go to a roll call vote.
Mayor, this is Larry Schooler. Would it be okay if I just gave the public the call-in number while we're waiting?
That'd be fine.
Okay. For members of the public that want to speak during today's commission meeting, you can call 800-876-7516. Again, that's 800-876-7516. 7516, and there is no PIN required. You'll be hearing the meeting audio and then be addressed by a call screener, and then we'll get you on at the appropriate time. Thanks very much.
Ms. Gainey, would you like me to call a brief recess while we work on this, or is it sort of an easy fix as far as you know?
Mr. Mayor, that would actually be great if you could give us about 10 minutes. That would be wonderful.
Okay, so my clock says 3:41. We will be in recess until 3:50. Do we have audio for Commissioner Simmons? Let's call this meeting back to order. Commissioner Simmons, we'll get back to you. I know you had some final comments or thoughts, but we did have one more person call in for public comment. So Larry, let's take that and then we'll turn back to Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, sir, Mayor. we should have Reina Sacco standing by to speak. Ms. Sacco, please go ahead.
Welcome, Commissioner-elect Sacco.
Thank you. I'm going to have to turn off my computer because there is a bit of a lag. So I'm still hearing you guys bring it back to me. I know I don't get a vote just yet, but I find myself in the opposite boat of Commissioner Warren, where I will be dealing with a lot of this in the future, because we do not know how long this crisis will go on for. And so as to the motion currently on the floor of reallocating the $100,000 so that we have more versatility in how to help our neighbors with that money, for what it's worth, I am completely in favor of it. Our budget is, to my understanding, we're already halfway through it, if not more. We can certainly use this money to help people who will never get a first or a second wave of financial support from the state or the federal government. People who do pay taxes, regardless of whether it's on property that they are allowed to own, so they do pay taxes, property taxes to the city and county, or if it's through any of the sales tax that then help fund all of the other programs we have. Regardless of a person's status, they should be able to receive help in this crisis. And that is to say that there are also United States citizens who are being barred from receiving aid because they are married to either foreign citizens or people who are undocumented. And so those would be whole families with U.S. citizen children with a U.S. I'm sorry?
Please continue. That was in the background.
Okay. But yes, there are a mix of families and populations that could certainly use assistance with far less strings and conditions than state or federal aid right now. Not to say that that kind of aid isn't helpful, but I think a reallocation of a portion of this money for the purpose of equity to make sure that the people who cannot access any other kind of fund have an opportunity here to keep a roof over their head and food on the table, I am completely in favor of that. And I do think that that is a small measure and not a giant leap that we can't correct later. It is a small measure compared to what we could be doing budget-wise. So I'm completely in favor of this motion, and I hope enough of you are, because I personally know many families who don't have another option, who live here and will not have another option. So, thank you. I think I might have gone over 3 minutes. I think I might have
you're fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Sacco. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have someone who's just joined us, and I want to ask whether our newest caller ending in 1881 is calling to talk about the equity budget discussion. Caller, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Are you calling for this item on the equity budget discussion?
I think I am. I'm calling to see if money can be allocated to house folks who are homeless right now. If that's a part of this motion.
Mayor,
the motion is whether or not to reallocate $100,000 from our Office of Equity and Inclusion to be put into the GNV Cares Neighbors portion, which assists in paying rent and utility bills.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there's any part of the GNV Cares Neighbors that helps assist to get housing for people who don't have housing at the moment. And if any money is going to be allocated towards providing housing, for example, in hotels or in vacant units.
Caller, do you conclude? I guess I'll
Hello?
come to the city manager for the money that the city spends on emergency housing for the homeless. This plan is more to prevent more people from becoming homeless. It's a homeless prevention plan. We have other monies and programs designed to rehouse people that are currently homeless. Larry, was anybody else for public comment?
No, sir, there isn't.
Okay, so let's turn back to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. There's currently a motion on the floor, Mayor. I would like to go ahead and vote, and if you would allow me to make some comments after the vote.
Sure, I just want to make sure there's no other hands up.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so there's not. So the motion, I said it a few times, but reallocate $100,000 from the Office of Equity Inclusion that comes from vacancies up through this point in the fiscal year to go to GNV Cares Neighbors. And we'll go around the horn for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
You're on mute, Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Commissioner Simmons,
Yes.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Yes.
and Mayor Poe.
No, and as we get into our discussion on the next item, I do want to come back to this and talk about a second round and where funding sources will come from. So for all those that voted yes, I hope we can continue this into the next item. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make several comments and get some clarification about some things. Can you see me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Is Ms. Marshall, are you available for questions? Because what I'm understanding from what I've heard from all the comments and the reason folks voted the way they just voted, and correct me if I'm wrong, and one of the issues was that this part of money, the $100,000, which would be, I asked to come from the vacancy portion of the Equal Opportunity Office or the Diversity Inclusion Office. The director of the department looked through her department on her own free will and said, this is what's available in her department to help with the crisis situation. In addition to that, she has an additional pot of money that's available that we as a commission allotted her $300,000 to help in diversity and inequity issues. She did a presentation showing us that currently we have over $150,000 left in this pot, which we granted her as a commission, in addition to $100,000, which is the vacancy portion of her department. The motion I put on the floor was to ask that we utilize the $100,000 that Ms. Marshall went into her department and sought out and figured, you know what, we can add this to help Gainesville neighbors. This is also an option. So that didn't pass. The commission, some of us on the commission didn't seem that necessary at this time. So I'm going to come with another motion. And my motion is that we utilize the $100,000 out of the allocated $300,000 for the disparity study. We pushed the disparity study back another year, which we also funded $300,000 for the next year. We pushed the study back and we utilized the $100,000 that's in that pot, where we won't impede on her vacancies in employment in her department and utilize the funds that we as a commission granted her, which has not been spent, a certain amount, and just use adjustments with that funding to help the people of this city that need help. Utilizing that $100,000 to go into Gainesville Neighbors. That is my motion. Also, that's just my motion. My motion is to utilize $100,000 out of the other money, which would go towards the racial and disparity study, and push that study back a year.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, that motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this discussion. I think that it is the beginning of a larger discussion, which I think the commission needs to have at some point relatively soon, especially since we're going into our budget. And we know that we have many, many difficult decisions ahead of us. This is the third time in 1 year that it has either been proposed by staff or commissioners to reallocate or sweep some of the money from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. So I think that just to make sure that we are on the same page, we are rowing in the same boat, or if we're not, that's fine too, but I think it's worth a really potentially hard, but also necessary discussion about where we all stand about the equity efforts that we have made so far within the city and where we envision going with it. I'm not ready to make a motion to that effect, but I think after the third time in a year, it bears some really, it bears discussion. So that's what I'm hoping to have happen at least within the next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to be clear about a couple things. First, what I'm trying to accomplish here is to build a larger, to see if we can identify a larger pool, not to do to nickel and dime onto the existing first round of GNV Cares, but to try to, over the next couple of weeks, maybe, try to create a larger pool for a second wave. That's what I'm trying to achieve here by spreading that across more than one department. I appreciate where everybody's coming from on this. I'm not, there are no invalid opinions on this, but what I want to achieve is a bigger pool spread across a larger piece of the city budget, while still being careful to leave us with prudent reserves. The second thing that I want to say is that anytime we have money that isn't actually spent in the budget and we look for money in an emergency situation, there's going to be a conversation about that money. It doesn't mean that everybody is intent on ideologically sweeping a fund or a set of funds, but when an emergency comes up and there's unspent money, there's likely to be a discussion about it, no matter what it was originally intended for. That doesn't mean it's going to get spent for something different, but it means that that's why we have the discussion about it, because it exists as unspent money. And I want to have discussions about the other unspent money. That's where I'm trying to get to with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that we talk about equity and inclusion and diversity all the time with this commission. And what I think is really mind-boggling to me and other folks that are in the trenches and doing things in the community is that here we are with a crisis. Here we are with people and families and folks in a disproportionate number that are heavy-hearted. They are filled with so many different issues, so many moving targets, so many variables that their head is barely above float, above water. You have folks that are in compromised situations and are in dire need of help. And we're in a position. Well, let's take politics out of this. Let's take the politics out of this. We're in a position to help
individuals in our community, at least for a moment, stay afloat with a bigger picture in mind in helping our community get past this point. And for anyone to think that you see funding that could potentially help more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30, 40 families, you see that as a plus. And for me, and the way that I'm approaching this is anybody that is in a situation and we have an opportunity to help them, then we should. Let's take politics out of this. It is known, it's historically known in this community that African Americans and people of color have been disfranchised in this community for many generations. And we have the director of the Department of Equal Opportunity and Access or Inclusion, Diversity, telling us, listen, we can contribute this amount of money to help in the cause. We can do that. We're willing to do this. And for anybody to think it other than that and to make it seem as though it's something that we're playing games and that may be not what it appears to be, but that's the feeling that I'm getting, is that we're not taking a hard stand in helping the people in our community get the things that they need. They're going to get further and further behind. We're going to have a situation in this city where it's going to be harder for folks to catch up and harder to help those if we don't help them now, and if we don't help in the number of the masses that we can feasibly help. So I want the people of this city to know that Commissioner Simmons hear you. I am there for you, and I am fighting for you to make sure that all the inequities, all the diversity issues that we face in this community, that you all have a seat at the table and that your voices are being heard. Because we are facing a crisis, and people in this community are facing issues and problems that we as commissioners, and we may not see it. It may not affect us or have an impact on us like others, but it does exist. It does exist. So thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it, and I'm really looking forward to our continued conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I just would say I don't, sometimes each of us hears a little bit different, something different with everyone's comments, but I heard from at least 2 of us that voted against the motion that we were willing to consider that money as part of a larger pool of money and a second wave of the program. And so that's why I think it's important that we ask our staff to come back. All 6 charters come back with some suggestions on where they might be able to find additional funding, especially for the neighbors portion. With that, let's move to the next item. Sorry, I'm pulling up my agenda on my iPad. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is 191158, COVID-19 emergency orders and reopening plans.
Okay, thank you. I know that many of you have thoughts on this. Would like to thank Commissioner Ward for his thoughtful consideration that he shared with the commission. I'm hoping all of you saw the Alachua County release that under Chair Hutchinson's name that sort of set out a 3-phase approach towards reopening and what that would take. If you haven't read that, I think it's important that you do it. In fact, if you can look that up while we're sitting here to see where they're thinking, that I believe is going to be the bulk of their discussion tomorrow at their regular meeting. And then I just wanted to share, I've like the rest have been trying to follow what's happening at the state level, and it's a little less clear what direction they're heading in. There's a lot of speculation and not a lot of sort of hard and fast direction. But I did read a statement that Senator Rob Bradley, who you all might remember used to be our state senator, and he is chair of the Appropriations Committee. And he said that what he supports right now is allowing for non-emergency medical treatment to resume, for non-emergency dental treatment to resume, and for state parks to open back up. And he included in beaches in that, which that's a whole nother discussion, but we don't have beaches in Gainesville, so it's not our issue to consider. Which to me shows a very measured approach. It's not a sort of just throw the doors open and allow kind of everything to all happen at once, more similar to what we saw in our neighbors to the north. Where I think we are, I think this is, for me, this is the most important thing that we need to discuss today, and hopefully come to some sort of unanimous agreement, so we can send a clear message to our counterparts on the county commission. There to me needs to be no daylight between what the city does and what the county does. If we have two separate orders, our residents are going to be confused. They're going to be angry. I don't know about all you. I've certainly been getting complaints from Alachua County non-Gainesville residents that are upset about social distancing and personal protection policies for folks like at the Hale Farmers Market, because they think that's Gainesville, right? They believe that it's all the same thing. There's also been a different level of enforcement of the emergency order inside the city of Gainesville versus other parts of our county. And so I have seen in the county commission, I have especially seen in the chair who ultimately issues the emergency order on their side, unlike the city manager on our side, that there's a lot of willingness and desire to work closely with the city and to incorporate our views and our needs, but we need to very clearly communicate to Chair Hutchinson what those are, and what our expectations are, so we can both continue to keep our residents safe, continue flattening the curve, and I think you've seen the news that it has been working, while also being mindful of how we move forward, and allowing an increased level of activity that the medical professionals deem to be safe and appropriate. And so I just wanted to kind of set that and share some of that information with you if you hadn't heard, from example, from Senator Bradley or seen the county press release on their phased plan. And with that, I'll recognize, there's no hands right now, so recognize maybe the city manager to see if he had any thing he wanted to add to that. And now we do have some commissioners' hands, and so we'll hit them as well. But Mr. Feldman, do you have anything you'd like us to make sure we address or consider as we're having this discussion?
So, Mayor, I think you hit on one very important point. And what I've stressed to the county and to our fellow cities is that we all have to have some unified approach, because messaging is going to be critical as we move forward. For example, if one city opens up their parks and we keep ours closed, people will come to our parks thinking that they're open because they read somewhere that parks are open. So I've stressed to the other municipalities in the county that we need to have consistent messaging. We have to work through these issues together. And they have now decided that we will have twice weekly calls among the municipalities, and I'll be participating in those. In addition, I've started asking our staff, and I know Ed on his side has done the same thing, to start thinking about how we reopen at the right time to our neighbors. And I stress right time because we don't know when or what's going to trigger that at this point. But we need to make sure we have a plan in place that is well thought out and can be implemented within a reasonable period of time once we get the directive to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolarski, did you want to, or any of the charters, do you want to add anything to this discussion you want to make sure that we consider before I turn over to the commission? You don't have to.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, let's go to the commission, and then charters, just virtually raise your hand if you do want to jump in, and I'll get to you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope many of you have had an opportunity to get a look at the draft I sent out of last week, the idea of creating a public health advisory panel for the city of Gainesville. I would like to offer inclusion on to the county government and the school board as part of this. My general intent with it is as I look around, as I conveniently can on Zoom here at all your faces, we represent lots of different expertises. There are a lot of professional qualities we bring to this board. None of them are public health. None of us are trained in public health. Our manager has dealt with it more than we have, but is not a physician, not an epidemiologist. The same is true of the county commission. The same is true of the school board. I want us to make informed decisions regarding public health. I'll be careful how I say this. I honestly had always thought of the local Department of Health office as the go-to for that. I've learned through this process how quickly they can be overwhelmed and really not in a position to offer boards like ours good advice on a daily basis. We have some of the world's most preeminent experts in public health right here in our community, and I'll bet that some of them would be willing to be involved in an advisory capacity with us. I know that to some extent, Dr. Morris has been helpful, particularly to the mayor and the manager's office. I would really like to get people like that in a room together on a consistent basis to offer us advice. And not only on this pandemic, but going forward following that, I think that would be useful. There are many questions that I would have of such a board. There are just a few foundational questions that I would have for it that I would suggest would be important to us in our decision-making over the next weeks and months. What does our community, specifically city and or county government, need to be doing that we are not doing? What, if anything, is our community doing that is not effective and that should be discontinued? Is it useful to expand local testing and contact tracing? And if so, how can city and or county government support that? And what are the benchmarks for reopening public access to businesses, nonprofits, and government services? And what priority schedule should we eventually follow in reopening? The county's going to make most of those decisions, but we employ a workforce of more than 2,000 people, and I want us to have the very best advice as we change their working environment. All of our folks have continued to work, and I thank all city employees, both general government and utility employees. You're all doing fantastic work. I want to make sure that we keep you safe and keep our community safe. And I think the best way to do that is to get good advice from the professionals in our community who, again, are preeminent around the world in this venue. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that before I make any kind of motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Ward, I was actually working on something similar, so I'm glad we're kind of on the same page there. I do think it's important that we as a city have our own information coming in, because there might be a day where the county wants to do something and we don't think that's, we're seeing that in the federal and state, but even the county, I want us to be the same. I want us to have the same orders, but there might be a time where that doesn't happen. And we even saw that kind of in the very beginning of this. We moved first, and then the county followed us on some of the issues. So I want to make sure that we're having information that we need to make informed decisions. I do have one concern of kind of your proposal, Commissioner Ward, is making it a sunshine board. I think it's important that it's not a sunshine board because there are people on that board who should be talking outside of those meetings. And I don't think we're at a time where we should be limiting conversations. I think we should be at a time where we're increasing the amount of conversations. So I think there's ways we can do it. To say the mayor, you appoint them and they're kind of your board or whatever that might be. I just don't want it to be a sunshine board so that we can have effective communication. Because these are the top experts and they should be talking to each other even outside of those meetings. In terms of moving forward on reopening and even the current things, I think we should ask the county commission to put a mandate for individuals that go into businesses to wear facial coverings. I see that employers at some of the major places are all pretty much wearing masks. You go to Walgreens, you go to Publix, you go to other places, they're wearing masks. But the main thing that the masks do is they stop you from giving it to other people. And a lot of customers aren't using it. I think it's important that we protect individuals of our community when they're going into public spaces and to have a mandate for facial covering. I also think there's other things, and there's like having hand sanitizer mandatory for when you come in and leave a business. So they're making sure that people are staying clean and things like that. I think one of the things we should ask our staff is to come back with kind of what are requirements that we can put in place to ensure that as we move towards more reopening, that they're being as healthy as possible and keeping them as safe, as clean as possible. There are recommendations from the state and federal, but we need to see what's best for our community as well. I also think that we should, we have an election coming up in August, and I mean, I know that it's kind of far away, but we're still going to be dealing with this at that time. I think we should ask the county commission to fund and the supervisor elections to send absentee ballots to all registered voters in the county. I think that's another request that we should make to those boards. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did read Hutch's message. I think that is the right approach to go through. And I agree with you that the city and the county should basically be identical in the orders they're issuing. You know, last meeting I mentioned the 5 things that I'm looking for. I think having some type of an advisory informative board could be beneficial. My only concern would be who is that board advising, and ultimately who is going to sort of gather that information. Because I think that it's really only useful if you have the key decision makers being briefed by that board. If not, then I think that it's a redundant exercise, at least in that regard. I personally have not heard enough, and I have joined some of these municipal calls with other municipalities and having some of the emergency management staff from Alachua County. I have not heard a clear articulation of a path forward for testing and tracing and personal protective equipment availability in Alachua County. In that vacuum, I'm left to assume that organizations and businesses and governments are going to be fending for themselves, both in the acquiring of equipment and in the other regard. So that is a concern to me. I don't want to see us lift these emergency restrictions until we have that cleared up, because I think as a country, we made the decision that we're going to prolong the infection because there is no treatment, there is no vaccine, even antibodies are not entirely reliable. So we need a community plan for how we're going to operate with the reality that you very well could catch this virus. And so that is going to need to be something that's put at the top of the priority. I did have a question for you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps you or the city manager can answer this. but there's a difference between our state of emergency orders and our stay-at-home orders. We can do one without, or rather, we can do the state of emergency without stay-at-home orders, and that might be something that we want to go down once we hit phase 1 of the reopening, which would be, certain businesses are now able to operate that don't have to worry about close personal contact. But those are my thoughts. Before I want to form any additional committees, as you all know how much I enjoy more and more committees, I would like to have a better idea for how it's going to be used by leaders in the community. Because what I would like to see is I'd like to see a unified plan from the governor that works with the counties, because I am worried about confusion. Certainly if people are getting different orders from their state government as their county government, that's the situation we don't want to get into. So those are my thoughts on that, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Yeah, I can answer your question. There was just a Z sighting in the background, so tell her I said hi, Commissioner Johnson. It's our dash past you. This is probably good information for anybody from the public just listening in. The way that the emergency orders work on the city side is a little bit different than the county side. The mayor is responsible for issuing a declaration of emergency. That then enables the charter officers to issue emergency orders. So again, because they're the executive authority, whether it's Mr. Bolarski or Mr. Feldman or any of the other charters, they can then issue a stay-at-home order, a face mask order, whatever that means, including redeploying our community builders to do different jobs to meet our need. And so, yeah, certainly. Don't want to be too predictive here, but I'm going to continue renewing the state of emergency for the next several weeks, at least, until our medical advisors are telling us that we're safe to honestly, it's going to be a phased in gradual reopening. And as long as we're gradually doing this, it's not just a throw open the barn doors situation. I'm going to need to continue issuing a declaration of emergency to allow us to take the necessary measures to keep people safe. So, that's the process. And I'll just tell all of you from day one, the chair of the county commission, Chair Hutchinson, and the county manager have been very accessible, and we've been in constant communication when there's proposed changes being made. So they very much want to know where we are and what our needs are before making decisions. And I would expect that to continue as we move through the summer. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I would definitely be in support of you continuing to do that for the next few weeks. I really quickly do just want to point out that I have every bit of confidence in our government and in our businesses and organizations to reopen safely with considerations. You and Chair Hutchinson in your town halls have repeated many, many times. We have a community that is listening to leaders, that is listening to health experts. So I have confidence that we can reopen in that regard. My major concern, and it has been this way since day one of this, is hearing an articulate and coherent plan for testing, tracing, and personal protective equipment from the Department of Health at the county that is run by the state. I have not heard that yet. And until I hear that, I will not be supporting lifting any stay-at-home orders, because that is going to be something that our community needs for the next 8 or 9 months, especially when, again, I don't want to get too predictive, but it looks like the governor is moving in a direction that is a little bit quicker than I think many of us would be comfortable with. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Simmons, I'll get right to you, but I see that Mr. Libby has his hand up, and when the lawyers have their hands up, we better pay attention to it before we get in too much trouble. Welcome, Mr. Libby.
Thank you, sir. And you're much too kind to the lawyers. I just wanted to add to the conversation for y'all's benefit is that whatever declaration of emergency comes out of Tallahassee will trump whatever Alachua County does, as well as supersede anything that the city does. So a lot of what you're talking about now is really hypothetical, and we don't know. I'm not saying legally it's not a good idea to do what you're talking about. I'm saying that we don't know what's going to happen on the state level, and that will set the stage for all these issues that you're talking about. If the governor were to, for example, if he were to lift the stay-at-home order, the county would not be able to enter any declaration of emergency that Tallahassee felt conflicted with whatever orders he entered, or if the governor preempts the entire field of that declaration to the state as opposed to the county, similar to what the governor did in Georgia. The mayors and the cities, if you follow the news in Georgia, are totally opposed to all of that, but there's nothing they can do legally to limit it or to prohibit it. And a lot of them are just taking the act of just recommending to their people, hey, we're opposed to this and we don't want to open this. The only thing the city in particular could do is to limit what it does with its own facility. For example, the city could still say we're keeping our parks closed legally, or we're not going to bring everybody back into work. We're going to still telecommute even though he's opening it up. But that's with our own stuff. But as far as other businesses and all, we can't enter any declaration or official edict that would have any support in the law that would conflict with whatever Tallahassee does. And that's all I wanted to say to help out with your conversation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Libby. Commissioner Simmons, or I don't see your hand anymore. Did you still want to comment?
Yeah. The attorney raised a very valid point. So he answered some of the questions I had to ask, but I wanted to go back to Commissioner Ward's Public Health Advisory Panel document. I think the concept is a great concept, and I'm willing and wanting to have a conversation with you on more detail. As you know, this is something I've been working on in the past at least 6 months or so, working with a team of health professionals and educational folks to address the health care disparities, particularly in the minority communities. So I think the document itself is a great first step in trying to put at least a body together to start addressing those issues. And I guess my question was similar to Ariola's question. You know, where are we taking this? What are we going to do with this document? We have so many healthcare issues, disparity issues in our city, in our community, and putting something like this together seems like a great idea to do, but what is this going to do for the community? How are we going to make this a real breathing, living document and a board that can put something together and have action behind it? I'm all for trying to come up with ideas and look at the data, the research, and put things together to move this community forward. But so oftentimes it's just been so much talk about what we should do, talk about what we need to do, talk about who or how this is going to impact a certain demographic, but there's always little to no action behind that. So my question is, what makes this document or this board any different from any other board and any other documentation that has been put forth to us and just been sitting on a shelf? I think now is the time to actually move aggressively and be effective in what we do. But I just need more
more conversation about this, and really who's going to carry the torch to make sure that whatever come out of this, if this is something that we continue to do, that it get legs, and it run, and it really do the purpose that it's intended to do, and that's to help folks with healthcare issues and healthcare related issues. So I think an advisory panel is great, but again, you know, it needs to be more action and less talk. And I know this just is the first step, and I'm supportive of even coming together. Let's look at some of the things that I've been working on, that other commissioners have been working on. Let's put those together. Let's put a great team in place, but let's put the folks on this team that can really communicate and speak to the people and the folks that need this help. And let's really put some action behind it. Other than that, I think it's a great step forward, but again, it needs to be a lot of action needs to be taken. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll recognize Commissioner Ward because your good name was invoked there. And then I'd like to get in and share a few thoughts and bring up a few questions as well. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, and everyone else who had something to say on this. I want to say that this document was a conversation starter, and I'm glad that we're having some conversation about it. I want us, my two thoughts on this this panel, for lack of a better word, are to make sure that we have experts to give us advice and to give the manager advice and the general manager advice and the other charters on how we proceed in this current pandemic. And then to use that as a stepping stone for the best possible advice for our community as we take action on other medical matters, on other public health issues. And the work you've been doing, Commissioner Simmons, absolutely, as I hope you know, I'm totally supportive of what you've been trying to work on there. And I see this as a bridge to that, and in an official capacity, naming some folks in our community who are public health experts and saying, we trust what these people have to say, and we're going to form action and form policy based around the good advice that they give us. That's my intent with this. And I am open to the attorneys telling us, you know, what capacity they could serve in, and at what point that becomes a sunshine issue, and at what point they can act individually to advise us. And I want to hear, you know, the mayor's input and the mayor's experience on how that might work best, as well as I've talked with the manager some, and I'm you know, interested in hearing what he has to say about this as well. I'm not tied to any specific form for this, but the first questions that I would want them to help us answer are the questions, the foundational questions that I laid out on the document, are, you know, help us make decisions about this. I know that we don't get to make all the decisions, that there are things that belong to the governor, things that belong to the county commission, but the things that are within our wheelhouse as they relate to this pandemic specifically, I want us to have the best possible advice on. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, did you want to jump in there?
Yes, if you don't mind, Mayor. Hope you can hear me.
Can.
Yeah, Mayor, City Commissioner Sean McDermott, Assistant City Attorney. I'll just very briefly about the sunshine issues and implications with this board. Just keep in mind, I guess, two things. When a board, two things that will trigger if a board becomes a sunshine board is if the how the board is created and what their responsibilities are. If the board is just a grassroots board that just comes together and gives advice to different bodies, that wouldn't be a sunshine board. But if the board is specifically created by a sunshine board, like the city commission, that's the first factor. The second factor would be what the board does. There's a limited exception to the sunshine law that allows for boards that strictly gather facts and information, like a board that does investigations and other fact-finding tasks. But if the board, once it crosses into, and it's often a blurry line, but once it crosses into the domain of making value judgments on the information that it has gathered, and it passes those judgments or recommendations on to the Sunshine Board, then that is really what triggers it, the Sunshine Law requirement. So it depends on the parameters. I know you're in the early stages here of what this board may be doing, but just keep those things in mind. If the city commission creates it, that's one thing. The second thing would be if they make any type of value judgments at all. And if those are both, those both requirements are met, then the board would need to be a Sunshine Law board.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. So let me start with the board, and then I'll work to some of the other things that different commissioners have brought up. I am not interested in moving forward with this right now for two reasons, and it's very thoughtful, Commissioner Ward. I really appreciated the time you put into it. I like the composition. There's nothing about it that I think is bad or would is necessarily missing. But one thing that we need now, and we will need for several months in the future, is efficiency in how we gather information. So right now we have on city staff Dr. Chaco. She then is able to talk with all the different people that you have on this list and gather the information. She's constantly reading the latest research and the updates, and really, it's really quite remarkable. When I have a question for her, it's almost in real time. Like, well, as of earlier this morning, here's the situation, and then she's able to take all that and funnel it straight to us and to the senior management as we make decisions. So, I think one possible route to what I think you're trying to accomplish is we could more formalize her role in that process, and we could ask for periodic reports, weekly reports, whatever the time period is, to us. We could also funnel questions through the city manager to her, like we do with many other city employees. If we have a transportation question that Ms. McCready's best, she's not going to make that determination on our own. She's going to talk with all the other folks that are relevant to the discussion and then bring us back an answer. That to me is more efficient. It's what's happening right now, and it includes all of those other folks. And so I can see where we forward those questions to her and any others that we think are important. I think that just to skip ahead a little bit, I'm going to go into more detail about access to personal protective equipment, but questions about testing and contact tracing are really important. They're questions that she is equally concerned about and understands who to ask and how to ask and what a response looks like that will be helpful to us. So, I think that we have the pieces we need right now. I would be amenable to asking the city manager to think about perhaps formalizing that a little bit more and laying out maybe some specific job descriptions, laying out a specific job description with certain responsibilities and duties embedded in that, so we know what it is that position does, and then a way for her to communicate with us effectively. And so just think about that suggestion for now. To dovetail that, what this reminds me a lot of, and some of you are going to chuckle because it's been like the broken record. I know certainly Commissioner A. Santos will remember me bringing this up several different times. But my first year, I brought back this idea that I got from Mayor Greg Fisher in Louisville called a Complete Communities Council, where you, I see Commissioner Santos laughing there. I've tried with every different iteration of the commission. I know David remembers too. haven't quite gotten it to fire up, but we've got maybe put a new starter in and we'll get it going. But you know what that Complete Community Council does is they are a sunshine board, or what we would consider a sunshine board. But they have public health experts on there. They have transportation, and it's all centered around equity. What creates a complete community? What does a complete community look like? So access to high quality, nutritious food, access to financial services, great high quality, safe transportation, access to great healthcare. So you put together a board that looks at all of these things and how they intersect with one another, and then makes recommendations to the commission, like from a transportation, here's something that's missing. We see higher than expected incidents of pedestrian bicyclist deaths in this area. So, you know, what can we do to address those things? But the real value is the intersectionality of how those things work. And so I really feel like what you suggest is part of a larger discussion, and one that I would love to have. I'd love to schedule a workshop and bring somebody down from Mayor Fisher's office to talk to us about what they've done. It's been in place a much longer period of time. They have, he's an interesting guy. He came from the business and entrepreneurial world, so he's very data driven, but he also has this unbelievable emphasis on compassion and empathy. You know, so they have a lot of data to show, you know, how this has affected the policymaking process as well as impacted people's lives. So, you know, that's where it becomes active. And I think to address some of Commissioner Simmons' concerns, where, you know, you put something together and then it, you know, sits on a shelf and it isn't actively impacting how decisions get made, is a legitimate concern. And so we would want to make sure it doesn't, and we would want to make sure, and I think it only helps reinforce and enhance our equity efforts, because we're now tying experts in the field to different disparities that we have identified in our community. So I basically am saying, you've re-engaged my desire to make that something that we seriously discuss as a commission, and I think it fits well. I still go back to, we really need to work hard to have a unified approach. That is so critical to us being effective in the long-term success of these efforts. I am leaning towards supporting a mask mandate in our community. If we're really going to start opening things back up, one way that we can help reduce the spread, not eliminate, but reduce the spread, is if everyone is wearing masks. It's not a panacea, but we know that if everyone's wearing them, it's going to help. But for that to happen, we need to have a way to make those readily available to everyone in our community. So we've got to answer questions. How are we going to access them? How are we going to distribute them? And how are we going to enforce it? You know, I mean, that's a big issue. You know, I've seen Hutch's approach of public shaming. I don't think that's enough. I mean, if we're going to say it, if we're going to put it in ink and say you must do this, we have to be able to enforce it. And we can't enforce something where a large portion of our community who doesn't have access to this stuff is excluded. And so I really want to work closely with the county on finding a supply chain. It's awesome what all the home seamstresses, I think we were looking for a gender neutral version of that word. I don't know if we ever found one, but people who sew masks, they're doing a great job, but it's just the need is so much greater than that. And honestly, people are either going to need several washable, reusable masks, or they're going to need a whole thing of disposable masks. And we're nowhere close to that yet. So we need to work on that. And then, yeah, I agree with the testing and contact tracing. There needs to be, we need to have very clear information on how and when that happens. And then we need people like Dr. Chaka to tell us, I'm comfortable with that at this level. You know, if we're able to get up to X number of tests a day and we have the staffing resources to do the contact tracing the way that needs to be done, then that gives us, I think, a lot more comfort in moving forward. We don't have the answers to that. And I think it's just a matter of there's not enough testing kits out there, and they're not deployed widely enough for they're still prioritizing who gets tested, and it's pretty restrictive. I agree with the request to the county for mail-in ballots to the entire county. I think that's really important that we make that clear early. And then let's see. I think that was it. So I don't know if anybody's ever thinking about a motion or not, but you can kind of tell where I am on all those things. Okay, so go back around the horn for round 2. Commissioner Ward, then we have Ariola, then we have Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I would totally support elevating Dr. Chaco's position more clearly to be our resident expert. I'm very comfortable with that. I just want us to be able to get a regular, to refer questions to and to get a regular report from someone who has a background in this, rather than us working with the best information we have from a review of today's news. I want us to have an expert that we could say is our expert and the person that we count on. I don't know that requires any sort of motion, but if it does, I'll be happy to make it. But that works very well for me. I have tremendous faith in what Dr. Chaco has done for the city in the past through the CRP program and through her other efforts. So yeah, that sounds like a winner to me. Thank you.
Okay, after we get the commissioners' comments, we'll ask the city manager to weigh in on that and what the needs would be, or if he's able to already do what we're asking without a whole lot more direction. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, I can, of course, attest to the knowledge and expertise and advice that Dr. Chaco is able to provide. I don't see the need to make a motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to give you and the manager as much flexibility to come back to this commission with information and decisions that you all sort of deliberate as this goes on, because it is very quickly and fluid moving. And so what I don't want to do is I just don't want to get into the mode of giving you direction and then having to sort of wade through that mud if it comes out. The second thing in regards to the voting by mail, recently Dan Smith at the University of Florida and some students of his, some graduating students, produced some research that showed that in Florida, there is a serious concern with absentee ballots being rejected because of signatures. And this is skewed towards younger voters. It's skewed towards ethnic minority voters. And there's actually a really great research paper that you can find on Dan Smith's Twitter and see into this. So I just want to say that because I think there's this mood in the country right now that thinks that voting by mail is the solution. But if you are in one of those categories, which statistically has been shown that you have a 1 or 2% higher probability of having your ballot rejected because maybe your last name has a hyphen, or maybe your last name is hard to read in a signature, or maybe you're a 19-year-old first-time voter, but your signature isn't the same as the one that you gave the DMV at 15 when you signed up for your driver's license. So I don't think that right now the current vote by mail laws are the most secure way to guarantee for every voter, especially with this new research that's come out. So while I do support that the county should send a vote by mail ballot to everyone, until those laws get changed and we know how strict a lot of voter participation laws are, I think that we should still aim to have in-person voting be a linchpin of the election. That's what we need to be working towards. So we need to be working towards maintaining our elections as much as possible and improving them But with this new research that came out from the university, I have concerns with us continuing to laud and say, well, this is the savior for how to keep our elections going. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward a motion, if that's okay now, or
sure.
So on the medical expert, I think that's a good idea, Commissioner Ariola and the mayor, of not putting that into a motion. But I do think it's important that we do have a medical expert that's available to the commissioners, but also I think at the meetings as well when we're discussing these things, to be able to ask that question. So I'll leave that up to you, the city manager, to do that. But to Commissioner Ariola, you're right. When I served on the canvassing board, a disproportion of younger and older voters were, their signatures didn't match as well because they've changed. And it's the sad reality we have with our state of laws with signatures requirements. But I do think it's important that we send them out. So I would like to move that we send a letter from the mayor on behalf of the commission to the county and the county board of commissioners, the supervisor of elections, asking them to send absentee ballots to all registered voters for the upcoming primary election in August. I also want us to have a letter to the board of county commissioners asking them to mandate facial coverings in places where people are not able to socially distance, for example, like retail, grocery stores, and pharmacies. And then I also like for us to ask our staff to come back with COVID safety measures that could be put in place to protect residents and businesses as we move towards reopening. There might be things that we need to change in our codes to be able to make those better. Mr. Mayor, I think there's a second by Commissioner Ariola.
There's a second, Commissioner Ariola? Sorry, I was writing the motion down.
Second for discussion.
The last part was asking staff to look at implementing safety measures through our codes.
Well, what are mandatory, like, should we have hand sanitizer at the entrances of all of our businesses?
Okay.
Should we be putting up plexiglass and also looking at the supply chain issues as well? Because the governor is going to move towards this reopening, and we need to be ready to be able to put in protective measures that work best for us.
Hold on one sec. I'm just writing this down. Okay, so as I hear it so far, we're going to send a letter. I'm going to send a letter to the Board of County Commissioners and the Supervisor of Election, asking them to send out mail-in ballots to all registered Alachua County voters for the August election. That we encourage the county to pass a facial covering or mask mandate where physical distancing is not possible. That we ask for a staff report on suggested mandatory safety measures for people engaging in public activity, and a staff report on the personal protection equipment and other COVID-related supply chain issues. Is that accurate?
I guess the last part is not really, we don't need to, I mean, I guess that's good. Yes, it probably would be good to get a better understanding of where we are at the county level. On the mask or the facial covering, I don't think it's a mask order, it's a facial covering order. If we're gonna wait for ample supply of masks for everyone, like the good masks, we're gonna be months and months and months. It's never really gonna come, I don't think. So just a cheat sheet of her face or something, we just need to do something. That's what other cities and countries around the world have done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I don't know if you all got a chance to read Commissioner Cornell's email today, but he put 3 reports from 3 other counties that have done the mask order or facial covering order, sorry. So there is some deeper information there if you want to go look at that. Okay, yeah, good.
I had one question as the seconder. I also thought that the motion included that we ask our staff to collaborate with the county for some type of testing and tracing report back to us, because what I want to come from this motion is, as you were saying, Commissioner, the preparation of Alachua County's economy and activities while the governor reopens the state. Because what I want us to do is have, the governor has already shown that he, in his emergency orders and in his governance over his first term, is willing to allow local governments to have certain added regulations so long as it does not conflict, as one of the attorneys stated earlier, so long as it does not conflict with his orders. So I want us to have a preparation of added safety regulations and added safety data to inform how those regulations are enforced and created. And I'd like that to come from this motion. So that includes the testing and the tracing, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something that our medical expert can get back to us on, that she can go look at what's available, what's needed, and then give us an update, or the city manager can give us an update. So we'll just ask the manager to get that to us as soon as it's available. Okay, we have 4 callers, I believe Mr. Schooler was indicating, 4 callers on the line that wish to speak to this motion. So Mr. Schooler, can you please share with us our first member of the public?
Yes, Mayor, it's Mr. Nathan Scott.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I just want to speak. I mean, there's been a lot of Commissioner comment here for a lengthy period on this item, and some thoughts come to mind. Ironically, the city and county didn't seem to require a task force when they locked everything down, but doing so is going to have an economic and social ramification for years. You know, the commission now wants to turn to committees for reopening, and it's had a lot of discussion around that. The city should also follow the state recommendations. There's been no discussion of talking to Paul Myers at the county, who doesn't support mandatory masks or face coverings. As the city attorney just mentioned, your emergency powers originate from the governor's stay-at-home order. The commission should evaluate the economic harm of not reopening after the governor lifts the emergency order at the state level. Some commissioners seem to want to stay in lockdown mode forever and create committee upon committee to delay the process of reopening. That's a concern. I mean, we need to act prudently. Also, absent a statutory exemption, all advisory board meetings and communication is subject to Florida's broad sunshine and public records laws. The commission needs to be aware of that. The commission should also read the Alachua Chronicle and stop listening to CNN. The inconsistent statements coming from the commission are causing unnecessary fear amongst the flock of sheep in the community. I mean, I've heard comments of waiting for a vaccine before you can reopen and the like. Consistent messaging would be appreciated to avoid scaring those that are seemingly living in fear with every changing comment from the commission. In closing, also, Dr. Chaco was mentioned. I'd like to know the employment status of Dr. Chaco. How much are they being paid to be the city's exclusive advisory, medical advisory person? Was that, subject to the lens of equity? How did we make that decision? Also, with respect to absentee ballot integrity, the supervisor of elections, Kim Barton, needs to require that all voter signatures are across the seal on any absentee ballot. That's ripe for fraud. And finally, the City Commission needs updated general fund fiscal year 2020 revenue and expenditure forecasts. From that adjusted number, you guys should be able to figure out what funds are available. Just because you budgeted doesn't mean that you have the cash available to spend, because it's going to be a budgeting issue. So I think Commissioner Warren's concerns about the budget are equally prudent, and that's what I had to say on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have our next caller, please?
Yes, Mayor. And before I take the next caller, I just wanted to mention that there was a new caller that just joined us, and if that person can stand by, we'll get to them momentarily. But now we should have Mr. Urel Watson.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
We can.
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Urel, and I've been listening to you guys talk, and I don't exactly know the kind of chain of command here, I guess, but I just wrote down some of my thoughts and some of my concerns about reopening. So the first thing I wanted to say or ask was, is there any information that this action will lessen the impact of the outbreak, or that people are at any less risk from infection by reopening? I'm concerned about potentially the uneven economic impact. Is my landlord going to begin expecting, rent from me again when I can't work, or maybe placing myself and my loved ones at risk by doing so? If businesses are kind of reopening and positions are available, I guess. I'm concerned as to how certain we can be that the PPE measures we have in place, or those that we seek to implement, aren't providing a false sense of security to keep businesses operating in spite of public safety. I'm also concerned that without a free widespread public testing program, that the reopening is going to do more harm than good. So I guess I wanted to ask, should we expect some kind of expanded testing program like that? Hokkaido in Japan kind of comes to mind with their second wave of infections that was I think put into an article in Time magazine just the other day. And I, personally don't want to see that happen here in Gainesville. And I think someone was speaking earlier about like the kind of immediate actions that could be taken. And I know, for example, the CMC is doing work with free groceries and things of that nature. And again, I want to reiterate, I don't know what the chain of command is here, but is there any kind of like, compulsory enrollment for SNAP or anything like that that's like happening at the county level, if that's possible, to kind of make sure that people can have some of their immediate needs met right now? So yeah, that's basically all that I had. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Uriel. And those are all good questions, and many of them, that's exactly the questions we're trying to get answers to, but I don't know that we have those answers for you today. Next caller, please.
Yeah, we should have Michelle Hudek.
Welcome, Michelle.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners. I had a question regarding the COVID-19 testing here in Gainesville, Florida, the availability for it as a healthcare provider here in Gainesville, and also part-time basis in Orlando. I was wondering, why is it that Gainesville in particular does not have more widespread COVID-19 testing available for its residents that do not have any type of symptoms? I have been calling pretty much every emergency location, including the hospital that I work at, asking them, as well as the care spots and the health department, and everyone requires the patron to have symptoms in order to be tested for COVID-19. I was wondering if there was a reason why this is happening in Gainesville, Florida, and if there was any plan to change this, because as we learn more about COVID-19 and how it spread, and that there are people who are carriers and they may not be experiencing any symptoms whatsoever and still be able to pass along the virus, I would think that Gainesville would be on top of this a little bit more. That is my comment that I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The sort of short answer to that is the testing protocol is determined by the state health department through the local Washoe County Health Department, and they set the standards for who can and cannot receive a test. As tests are still relatively limited, they have indicated that you need a doctor's referral or prescription, if you will, and to get one of those and to get cleared for a test, you have to be symptomatic. And there's a few other exceptions to that, including high risk per individual. And so until there are more testing kits available, then you're not going to have as widespread testing. That is exactly what the commissioners have been talking about this afternoon, is being able to have that widespread testing so we have confidence in our ability to ease up on restrictions and allow more public gathering. And that's we just don't have the support from the state and federal government to have that happening in our county yet. Next caller, please, Larry.
Yeah, we should have Jeff Larson standing by.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jess Larson. I am a citizen of Gainesville. I live in District 4 at 2233 Northwest 6th Place. I'm actually sitting in my bedroom right now calling it. This is a very difficult time for many families and many individuals. both people who are used to having a difficult time and people who never have a difficult time. They are all experiencing great difficulties now. It has really changed many things for many people. And I definitely want to sincerely thank all 7 of you and anybody else with the city of Gainesville who was a part of creating the local emergency order that we have been living under recently. I am very happy that you were successful at doing all of the things that you have done. I beg you to continue more of that for as long as you are able to, or at least another month. I would like to admit that myself, I have previously had a very serious illness. I am undiagnosed about it, so I don't know for sure if it was COVID-19, but it lasted me an entire month long. It was very brutal. It was very, very difficult to live through. The memory, there were memory issues. Like they described the term brain fog that was experienced. It was hard on the lungs. I don't know if it was COVID-19, but what I can say, it was so significant, I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. And if it wasn't COVID-19, the thought that there could be something else out there worse than what I had previously is not good. Nobody wants what I had, and nobody wants to have what could be worse. I actually had previously made public comment in the beginning of the year and referenced that I had had an illness. In that reference, I was speaking of what I now suspect may have been COVID-19. And I just want to say that you don't want to get this. If I had this, you don't want it. And if there's something else out there that's worse than what I had, you certainly wouldn't want that either. Recently, I visited a supermarket, and I felt that it was great that all of the staff had masks on, but of the customers, some of them didn't, some of them did. And the conduct that some people had was of concern for some people, and other people did not seem to show very much concern. I found myself observing every person when I chose where to make a step and determining whether or not they seemed to be a believer or a non-believer. And if they were a believer, it would be safe to be on the same aisle that they might be on. But if they were a non-believer, they would be very likely to get into your direct personal space and potentially expose you. I'm concerned that even if I had something before, I wouldn't necessarily be able to count on antibodies or immunities. So definitely I want to make sure that I can maintain as much social distancing as possible. And I ask this commission to help me, everybody else in the community, survive through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have the next caller, please?
Mayor, we have a caller phone number ending in 6863 that we hadn't gotten to talk to yet. But if you're there, please go ahead.
Hello, this is James Thompson. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
We can.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just want to speak in favor of the motion. I think all those are good ideas. With regards to the voting, we all know that there's a historical inequity with rejected signatures, but at this moment in history, I believe it is more important that we do get those ballots out to everyone, and that citizen groups, political parties, and candidates, as well as the supervisor's office, just do their best to educate everyone about, the past problems that everyone has had across the state, so people can make informed decisions about whether they want to use that ballot or not. The only other thing I wanted to say is, if at some time you could put around Dr. Chaco and around yourselves someone who maybe is not an epidemiologist or a doctor, but who has some communications and public relations expertise with delivering public health messages and emergency order type things to communities who have historically, and often for good reason, not trusted government or the healthcare professions, because I think that's going to be the group of people that we most need to be speaking to about why we're doing things. And I think there's a different way to speak to those communities than to speak to people that are just going to, listen to what you say and take it for granted and follow the orders. So if there are people like that around that can help Dr. Chaco make recommendations, or that can help you with this motion and your cooperation with the county, I think that would be a great idea. And thanks again for all the work you're doing and for the excellent cooperation with the county. We'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Larry, do we have any other callers?
No, Mayor, that's all.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to repeat the motion. It is a 4-part motion. Actually, we can maybe make it a 3 if Commissioner Santos, if you don't mind me writing one letter with 2 parts in it, just to save a piece of paper. Mail a letter. Oh no, because one's going to the supervisor of elections. So mail a letter to the Board of County Commissioners and the supervisor of elections, asking them to send mail-in ballots out to all registered voters for the August election. Asking the county to pass a mandate for facial coverings where physical distancing is not possible. Asking staff to come back with a list of mandatory safety measures that the city can consider implementing as we start to open back up. And then a report from staff on supply chain issues, including but not limited to personal protection equipment. And we're going to ask for an update from Dr. Chaco on testing availability and contact tracing availability. Mr. Feldman, did you want to, we sort of got into your territory there a little bit on telling your staff what to do. If you could start by telling us how long Dr. Chaco has been on our staff and her employment with the city precedes your tenure as a city manager, and what her kind of past responsibilities have been, and then what she's been doing for us now.
So Dr. Chaco has been working with our employee health system as a medical director for several years. And she's also assisted us with our community paramedic program in the fire department. So that's been her official relationship with us. Her unofficial relationship has been to sort of advise myself and some of my staff, and I know she's participated in several conversations with us on telephone town hall meetings, so subsequently to advise our neighbors on what's happening with COVID-19, sort of helping us determine what's real and what's not real, whether to drink the bleach or not, so to speak, and so which we should not be doing, by the way, on there. But she's been helping us work through those type of issues, helping us identify what questions to be asking the Department of Health, giving us some advice on social distancing and the crafting of orders and such.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it just shows that, first of all, she's been working with us for a long time. It's not a new position or something created just for this. And second of all, her current responsibilities can transition, I think, well into what we're asking from the city manager's office for both our benefit and the rest of the public. Okay, so with that, let's go to a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Great discussion, everybody. I'm glad that motion did pass. And Omi, I will, if you can let me know when the letter's ready, I'll go by City Hall tomorrow and get that signed so it can get out immediately. I will also contact the chair of the county commission and let him know we passed that motion so they are aware of that for their meeting tomorrow, even if they don't receive the letter with embossed seal and blue inked signature. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Absolutely. Our next item is 191152, establishment of a fuel hedging policy with a recommendation that the commission approve the proposed fuels and hedging policy, which will allow the city manager or designee to engage in unleaded and diesel fuel hedging within the city's approved investment policy.
Okay, Mr. Feldman.
So I'll be very quick on this. we run a fleet. Then a fleet includes the RTS buses, all the GRU vehicles, as well as all the police, fire vehicles, and all the other numerous vehicles that we have that rely upon gasoline, both diesel and unleaded. As you know, oil crude today dropped to its lowest mark at below $13 a barrel on there. Fuel hedging allows us to basically manage our pricing out into the future by buying corresponding fuel hedges that are tied to our delivery of fuel, so that we can basically lock in the pricing in the futures market today, so that we're protected against any increases in the future in price. The upside is it gives us that protection. The downside is if fuel goes any lower, we have locked in our price as well. But what this does do is give us fuel price certainty so that we can budget out 2 years on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I thank this for being brought up, and I'd like to go ahead and move the proposed fuels hedging policy.
Is there a second? Commissioner Warren seconds. Okay, let's go to public comment.
Yes, sir. We have, I believe, just the one at the moment, and it's from Mr. Nathan Scott.
Okay, well.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. With respect to the fuel hedging program, I have a couple concerns. First and foremost, this appears to be a specified contract that was entered into by the city manager directly with pre-existing relationships that were basically visible through a public records request. We talk a lot about equity. We've heard the majority of this conversation today be about equity. How does the equity toolbox and the equity lens, this wasn't competitively bid, and I have to question the need why that wasn't done. Secondly, there's a lot of people in the country with expertise, but more importantly, GRU could be able to do this for the city. GRU has this expertise either through itself or existing relationships. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to hedge natural gas. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to hedge diesel fuel. Did this for my projects when I managed power plants, did this hedging guidelines on the Public Service Commission. So there's an expense that goes with this. There's the cost of the hedge. There's the cost of the consultant. And that cuts into the savings. Fuel is at a historic low. It may be prudent to hedge some portion of the fuel requirements. But if I read these guidelines correctly, you're hedging the entire requirements, and there's no authorization within the hedging guidelines that allow you to quickly unwind hedges if the market turns against you. It really has any place to go, but GRU's been the victim of that in the past, when it's had the inability to quickly unwind natural gas hedges, and it basically incurred millions and millions of dollars of hedging losses. So a couple concerns here. One is the equity lens. I think that's a good question. Secondly, why didn't we ask GRU to consider whether they could do this? Because again, it's not a big incremental workload. And then, three, I think they need to put some additional requirements into these guidelines saying that if the market turns, you can unwind the hedge, because basically that's not what it says right now. It expressly states that you can't change your position, and that may be problematic in future years. So those are the concerns I had. But, if we're going to be on the big equity kick here, here's a prime example where equity got tossed by the wayside. So I think Mr. Feldman needs to answer to Commissioner Johnson on this one. Thank you.
Do we have any other callers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm reading the policy, Mr. Feldman. You can respond to this if you want, but it does not identify a specific broker. It says that they will maintain a futures account with a futures commission merchant or a broker, but does not lock us into any one particular firm or a client from what I'm reading here. Mr. Feldman, can you give us a little more information on that?
Absolutely. So we did engage the services of Linwood Capital as our fuel hedge consultant on this. I've had experience with Linwood Capital in 2 cities doing a similar program. We did go through a process, and Ms. Wilson, who's on the phone, could talk a little bit more about that if you need to, but it's within our purchasing thresholds. The whole contract is about $33,000 a year. It's a monthly contract, can be terminated at any time. The issue about GRU, we did talk to the folks that were doing work for GRU. We had a meeting with them. They did not have the expertise that we felt was necessary in the unleaded and diesel category.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Warren, please unmute.
I'm not looking at the agenda now between the screen and here. Was this fuel purpose just for use with the city's fleet team? Lee?
So I'm not sure I completely understand the question.
So was it just used for services that general government goes through? It wasn't part of the GRU fuel line, was it?
Well, no, GRU uses our fleet.
Yeah, so it's for the vehicles, not the power generation.
Correct, just vehicles.
Right. Because otherwise I would have expected to see the UAB have the opportunity to review it. But seeing that it's just being used for our fleet maintenance, the vehicle power, I appreciate you making use of this opportunity while the fuel costs are so low. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is 191160, discussion and approval of substantial amendments to the 2018 to 2022 consolidated plan and the 2019 to 2020 annual action plan and update to the 2018 to 2022 citizen participation plan to facilitate partial reallocation of the fiscal year 2019 to 2020 CDBG program funding, allocation of additional CDBG program COVID-19 CARES Act funds for the Gainesville Cares About Neighbors and Gainesville Cares About Businesses initiative, with the recommendation that the City Commission approve the substantial amendments to the 2018 to 2022 Citizen Participation Plan, the 2018 to 2022 Consolidation Plan, and the 2019 to 2020 Annual Action Plan. Approve reallocating fiscal year 2019 to 2020 CDBG program funding of $437,170 and COVID-19 funding of $800,608 and the GNV CARES initiative. Authorize the city manager or designee to take action as appropriate to expend funds associated with GNV CARES, and authorize the city manager to execute any required programmatic and financial agreements to implement the GNV CARES program, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I see a bunch of hands here. We have a specific action we need to take with regards to the CDBG funds, but I just following chatter out there know that there is an interest in reconsidering the funding distribution between the business side and the neighbor side, and so this would be the appropriate time to talk about that, and if it's the will of the commission to reshuffle that, give the manager that direction at this time. And I want to make sure that either the manager or the attorney jump in if we're talking about a use of funds that's not allowable because they're restricted in some way. Make sure that we know that, so we don't go too far down the road doing something that isn't actually possible. With that, Mr. Manager, did you want to introduce this item, and then we'll get to the commission?
Well, Mayor, Commissioners, I think the item was properly introduced by the clerk with that long reading of all the items, but just to jump on, when we talked about GNV Cares on Thursday's meeting, I indicated we would need this meeting to deal with the formal process for allocating the CDBG funds. So that's the purpose of this item. I've included in your agenda backup today, so it's there, and I emailed it to you separately, as well, the latest version of GNV Cares, which reflects the changes that you all instructed at the last meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. And just for our viewers or listeners out there, CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grants. They are federal funds that come from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and are distributed to any city 50,000 or more. And then the amount of distribution depends on population and census information, which is why it's so important that everybody complete their census between now and the next couple months. But that because it's federal money, comes with certain limitations or restrictions on how it can be spent. And when we change those, we need to take formal action, which is what we're being asked to do today. So first, I will recognize Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping that you all had a chance to read the email that I sent to you earlier today. But in case you haven't, and for the benefit of the general public, I'm going to read it. And then I'm also going to, there are 11 different points that I have. Eventually, I'm going to just put that into a motion. And then I think the best way to handle that piece of it is to split the motion, because there are 11 very specific pieces of this.
Okay, Commissioner, and if you'll hold off on making the motion, I'll turn back to you to make the motion, but let's hear from other commissioners too, in case there might be something more that we want to include in that. But I definitely will give you the right to make that motion. And then I also wanted to say to the Mayor Pro Tem that you have the chair for a couple minutes, okay? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's going to take me about 10 minutes, just so that you know that you're not sitting here for a half hour. At our last commission, with every decision, every dollar, every conversation we have during this crisis, we have the opportunity to prioritize the most marginalized and vulnerable in our community. Right now, we can, in partnership with the county, house our homeless. We can assist people with utility bills, rent, food, and necessities that allow us to physically distance so that we can keep our entire community safe. That is where our relief efforts should be focused. In a time when resources need to be prioritized, we should focus on the ones most in need. In the current version of GNV Cares, for every $1 of relief, that a family or individual gets, a business gets 4. In my estimation, that is not prioritizing those most in need. This economy, our city, is fragile and buckling under the weight of people's urgent needs in this moment. Individuals and families have lost jobs, and they still haven't been able to get unemployment. Many have been threatened with eviction and need to keep a roof over their heads. Many need to keep food on the table. It is individuals and families that have businesses that have suffered, and they need income to personally survive. Although I don't have a crystal ball, I'm certain of one thing. We are not going to be going back to normal or business as usual anytime within the next few months. This is a new normal we are adjusting to while this new economy is emerging. Ways of working, learning, parenting, worshiping, shopping, and yes, doing business has changed in a matter of weeks. It continues to change as we are presented with new information daily. As a city with 60% of our property off of the tax rolls, we have to be smart with all of our resources so that we are helping those most in need while rebuilding a sustainable future for our city. And we will definitely have to rebuild. At this time, I believe there are too many variables, for the local government to step in and reallocate city money to sustain businesses when the need is so great for families and individuals. This could change, however, with allocations from the state of Florida expressly for this purpose. We don't know a lot of things. We don't know how long this pandemic will last. We don't know when consumer confidence will return. We don't know when testing will widely be available so that people will feel safe being outside of their homes. We don't know the effect this is going to have on the university and how many students will be returning in the fall. These are very real and very valid concerns, which will have prolonged implications for our economy, our local economy, and our small business landscape. In keeping with prioritizing people and families most in need, including business owners that are suffering, my preference would have been a tiered approach to include additional money for those that own businesses. They could then make the decision to use the funds to sustain themselves, their families, and/or their businesses. My preference would have been to provide technical assistance to struggling businesses to help them figure out how to become sustainable in these uncertain times, and then be there for them with financial assistance when we have better data. And I'm really thrilled about the discussion that we had earlier around equity, because I thought that the ship had sailed on this program. I didn't hear in the last commission meeting that people might have been open to reallocating some funds, but during the equity discussion, I have a feeling that some of that might have been changed. So towards the end I'll read what I'm thinking about and then, get everybody's input, but this is eventually what I'm going to put into the motion. 1, only businesses that have not received payroll protection program funds and SBA funds are eligible. This funding should be reimbursed by the state to the city should future funds be allocated from the state to local government for COVID-19 relief. There should be an open time frame for all applications to be received and then evaluated, rather than on a first come, first served basis. This is really important because we understand who's going to be able to get to the resources first, who has the technology, who has the know-how, who has a computer to be able to fill this information out. We need to get all the applications first, and then they need to be evaluated. That's a much more equitable way of doing it. Although this will not be used for evaluation purposes, I'm going to ask that this specific data is collected on all applications. 1, number of people in the household. 2, race and ethnicity. 3, gender. 4, primary and secondary language spoken. 5, disability status. And 6, veteran status. 5, I believe that they need to demonstrate a strong chance of remaining open post-COVID-19. The application should include a description of the impact of COVID-19 on the business, as well as a recovery plan. It doesn't need to be anything extensive, but we need to have some type of idea that this money that we are going to be granting to people isn't going to go to waste. 6, prioritization of businesses located in zip codes with a high poverty rate. 7, operated consistently for 2 years or more. 8, work with HRC, the Human Resource Coalition, and Rural Women's Health Project to find a way to use funds to work with our undocumented community, because it's not as straightforward as it seems. 9, that there's an appeal process for businesses that feel that they somehow deserve some of these funds or need them, but I understand that there are special cases and people might need to go through that process to appeal it. 10, reallocate $1.2 million from the Gainesville Business Fund to the Gainesville Neighbors Fund. And 11, work with the county to find funds, if 10 passes, within Gainesville Neighbors to be allocated to fund to find funds to house our homeless population in single room units. And that's it. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're muted.
Commissioner Johnson, if you can email just the list of, was it 10 items?
11, yeah.
11, okay, to the clerk, so she at some point can put those up on a shared screen so we and the public can see them all. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I want to backtrack because I had some questions I wanted to raise. I received a letter from many agencies signed by their executive directors, the executive director of Grace, Peaceful Paths, Catholic Charities, St. Francis, Family Promise, Helping Hands, Acorn Clinic. They were watching the conversation that we've had, and they bring a concern that I'd like to address, which is twofold. One, which is how do we set up operationally to make sure that residents aren't double dipping, because a lot of these organizations have seen their calls doubled and tripled, and they're doing all that they can. So the second part of the question is how many of these funds, and I think the manager spoke to this earlier, how much of these funds are we going to directly pay to actual residents? How much is going to be sort of just us paying on their behalf? And is there room for us to make adjustments to where monies can go towards these organizations? Because, and I don't want to get too much into advising how to actually disperse operationally, but strategically, in my mind, these organizations are much more at the ready to be able to get these funds and screen people who need these funds immediately, rather than us trying to stand up our own organization in a couple of weeks to operationalize that. And so that is a concern of mine, because I want this to move as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Sorry, some of that was meant for the manager to answer.
Mr. Feldman.
So with regard to GNV Cares for Neighbors, all of the money that we get through SHIP and CDBG, the dollars will have to go to the landlord or the utility. So the neighbor will apply, we will get the landlord or the mortgage company information, and the checks will be cut there. With regard
to the second point about making these funds available to these organizations for them to be able to sort of be partners in GNV Cares?
So there will be an HMIS. It's the Homeless Management Information System that is used for both homeless and non-homeless neighbors that we're trying to gain access to, so we can input the information in, so that the other agencies will know who has received the benefit from us. If you want to establish criteria that requires us to check the HMIS system before we give money for rent and utility assistance on there, we certainly can do that. That will just slow down the process. If the commission desires to just have another party administer this program for us, the question I would have is which one, because there's a lot of them that want to do it for us. There would be some admin dollars that would come off of the top, at least that's my understanding, for those agencies. And the intent here is to get the money out, and the city is absorbing the administrative costs.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Manager. My preference would be that in the motion, that when we ask our partners like the county to look for funds to get people into housing, my request would be that we use that funding to be targeted specifically towards agencies that provide services for the immediate needs of homeless diversion and prevention and homeless healthcare services, which is the request from our partners. So that would be my request for when we get to the motion. I would also like to point out, I think I'm always impressed when commissioners bring 11-point motions to the meeting ready to go. I would like to split. There's a number of.
We should put them all.
Sure, and I think that's because there's a number of things that I think can be solved outside of our direction. Thank you.
Can I comment on two other points?
Of course.
On there. So with regard to, as I pointed out at the last meeting, There is still a remaining pot of CDBG funds which will be devoted to public service agencies. That will be our next iteration on dispersing that. So out of the CDBG CARES money that's come, there's some money that we're holding back for those public service agencies and we have to go through a process for that dispersion as well. With regard to the homeless vulnerable population, we are participating with the county. At our request, they did proceed to get authorization through FEMA for reimbursement for non-congregate single-family housing, and we are splitting that cost, the local share cost with the county, and I'm funding that out of our emergency line item in the budget. So we don't know what that cost will be because we don't know how many individuals will actually be housed, but it'll be a daily cost per individual that we bear until they're either no longer at risk or no need for isolation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I do have a question for the city manager. On our meeting on Friday, asked to come back with some kind of recommendations on eligibility based on revenue. Do you have any information on that?
The meeting on Thursday?
Thursday, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, every day is running together now. So that's still one of the items that we're open. If you are asking me for a recommendation, I would suggest maybe 12.5%, which represents 2 months of revenue loss.
Okay, thank you. I think we should keep our funding allocations how they are. This is going to be tough. It's going to be tough coming out of this. And if the businesses fail and they're falling quickly, many businesses don't have any income coming in. They still have to pay rent. They still have to pay utilities. They still have to pay all of these costs and loans they already had from before. It's not easy to start a business. I think it's a good use of funds to help a business kind of limp along and stay there just right at the very edge. So when we do reopen, they can reopen. If we let these businesses fail, they won't reopen. And then all those jobs will be lost. And it is very hard to start a company. It's easier to keep a company kind of going along. It's very hard to start a company. And we will lose tons of our small businesses. And this is what this money's going for. It's going for small local businesses, the ones that we talk about how we want to support. And if we lose them, they're going to be gone. And what will come is the sad reality, most likely, is the more corporate ones will come in to fill that need, and we'll lose ground on trying to help small businesses in our community. Because what I think will come when we reopen is the corporate companies will come in to fill the void that the small businesses have been gone. That's why I think we should keep the funding how it is. I do believe that Commissioner Johnson, I think you're right. We should have restriction in there that when they make the application, they can't receive funding if they've already received PPP funding at the time of their application. I also think we should put in they have to have a revenue kind of loss, a clear revenue loss that they have to just say. They don't have to show all their books at this time. That could be an audit sometime, but I'm okay with going with 12.5% as being eligible for the program. But I do think we should put a higher priority for a 50% revenue loss. I also think we should give the manager some ability to be flexible in the funds that we've allocated to, if needed, to move them. So we talked about earlier, the undocumented residents right now don't have a funding stream as part of GNV Neighbors, and if some applicants do come in that fall into that category, the city manager should be able to move those funds around to do that. I just want to make sure that I'm worried about our small businesses, especially we don't know if UF is going to cancel classes in the fall, and we need to make sure that we keep our businesses because they're not going to come back, and that our recovery is going to take much, much, much longer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of things I'd want to go through here. I agree that we should exclude companies that already have been paid by the payroll protection funds. I'm very comfortable with adding the general demographic questions Commissioner Johnson brought forth. But I want to reiterate a few things about this. First and foremost, the longer it takes us to do this, the more people fall by the wayside. The longer it takes us to get this done, the more people don't have options. I'm not okay with that. We will not get to a perfect version of this. We're not going to get there. What we have in front of us works, and I want to get the money rolling. I want to get it in people's hands. I want to get whatever we can inject into this economy locally, I want to happen quickly. This is not the end. We should not think this is the thing we're going to do in response to the COVID-19 economy. If it is, we failed ourselves and the community horribly. This is number one. There are more options down the road for us, and we should take advantage of those other options. We should be planning steps 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 down the road. Those should already be in the hopper. This is not the only thing we're going to do if I have anything to do about it. I completely agree with Commissioner Santos' point about the kinds of businesses that are going to replace the businesses we lose. The market isn't going to go away in the long term for selling things to people in Gainesville. But those small businesses who we've been able to grow or who have been able to hold on over the years here, they're going to be replaced by internationally owned big box stores, by bland, generic chains. That's what's going to happen when we lose our businesses. We won't stop buying things as a community. We'll just be buying them from big box stores more and more and more than we already are. I don't want that to happen. If we put this off and argue about it more, our businesses, our local folks go away every day, every week here. And we've got to do what we can. I think we have an obligation to do what we can now. We also have an obligation to support regular citizens who don't own businesses. I absolutely agree with that. That's why we have $690,000 in this package for that. And we need to be, as we directed earlier, looking for other opportunities to do that, again, with future programs. And I'm not talking about things that are a year down the road. I'm talking about things that are a couple of weeks down the road for the next options. This is not the end. This is the beginning. This is the first option for us. Let's reiterate that this is a COVID-19 response. This is not a general poverty response. We need more of those. We need to be working hard on that. But what we're doing right now is helping people whose incomes, people and businesses that have been directly adversely affected by the COVID-19 responses, by being told, sorry, your business is not going to have the revenue it did. You, as an individual, are not going to have the revenue that you did. That's what we're trying to work on here, not solve bigger problems in the middle of this. We don't want to make existing problems bigger, but the proximate issue here is response to COVID-19. Let's remember, too, that it's a fact that our commercial GRU customers pay a higher rate than residential customers. We are, in some ways, subsidizing residential rates with those commercial accounts. As those commercial accounts disappear, what does that mean for residential rates? Consider that as we move forward here. Again, there are a couple of things here that I would absolutely be willing to consider. I want to give the manager some opportunity to be flexible so that we can serve some of our undocumented neighbors with funds in this. And I think there's a way to do that. I think it would be very difficult for us as a group to figure that out. And that's why we have a manager. Again, I would support not include or excluding businesses that have received payroll protection funds, and I would support very much so keeping demographic data on all these items. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the city manager. In the Gainesville Cares business portion, we have as one of the criteria, business has not filed for bankruptcy protection prior to March 16, 2020. Is that forever? Or
No, the idea is that it would be an active bankruptcy petition. So they may have applied 3 years ago and come out of bankruptcy. That would be fine. So we'll clarify that.
Okay, yeah. If we can clarify that, that'd be fine, and put a date or prior to this date or time. That'd be, I think, something we need to look at. Also, we received the email. I received the email from a resident that made a great suggestion. They suggested that we put signage once you receive your grant, that you are required to put a Gainesville Care signage or sign in your business, letting folks know that, hey, Gainesville really cares. So I think we need to make that a requirement. If you receive funding from a business, that you have some type of a sign, nothing too big or, but just something to say that Gainesville Cares support this business, and that we did something in good faith effort to help this business owner. So I think that would be a great idea. Also, the PPE exclude. I agree with that. If you already applied for PPE and received anything, I think you should not be included in this. You should be exempt. Well, not exempt, but excluded from this. Also, something to stipulate double dipping on both parts, neighbors and businesses. I know we addressed the business aspect, but also putting something in writing about double dipping for our neighbors portion as well. And also, the city manager, you would be the sole person making the decision based on the information from the committee.
So the way that would work is our consultant would screen for the basic criteria. The individuals, and I don't want to use the term in committee, but the individuals from the various departments would make a recommendation for funding or not funding based upon that. And then after I receive all the recommendations, I would make the final decision.
Now, who is the consultant? We have a consultant?
The consultant, and we've used him in the past, as Capital Access Resources. He was on our call last Thursday, and he's on the call again. They're have offices here in Florida. They're a national company. They're the ones that are developing the action plan, doing all the HUD compliance for us on this. And since they were going to do that piece of it, it's easy to expand and allow them to deal with the whole package instead of having different pieces being done by different individuals.
Okay, so the concern that I have is that the final say will come down to one person. We're talking about roughly what's the total package amount of dollars we're talking about?
It's about 2.5 million on the business.
$2.5 million, and the ultimate decision comes down to one person. Commissioners, what I would like to see added into the motion whenever we have a motion, and we can have a discussion about it, is that we select at least two additional charter officers to assist with the selection process. I think that's just prudent. I think that's fair. We talk about equity, and I just think that'd be a fair decision if the commission would allow 3 charter officers to make the final decision on this package. Thank you.
So the only thing I would advise the commission, it's my understanding that would then trigger a public meeting sunshine requirement for the 3 of us that make the decision. So it will just add an additional step. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you delegating it to another charter. I just think it ought to. We're trying to just be rapid here. And the criteria that we're making is binary. It's either yes or no. And so it's just a verification of that and the sign off for the authorization. It's not evaluating. It's on a first come, first serve. So we're not evaluating the merits of it. We're just verifying yes or no and then having a sign off. But as far as, in the expediency state, feel free to assign it to another, charter to sign off on. I just think it needs to be quick.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you conclude?
Oh yeah, that's fine. And I do think, if I'm not mistaken, 3 charters is not considered sunshine violation. But we could ask Ms. Nicole Shalley about that, because I don't want misinformation.
John, if there were 3 charters involved in a recommendation or a decision, would that trigger our sunshine requirements?
Mayor and Commissioners, this is almost identical to my answer earlier, and it does just depend on the decision they would be making. So if it's, they're going to jointly be making a decision that was delegated from the City Commission and acting as a committee, then that could be subject to the Sunshine Law, as opposed to the current setup under the charter, where each charter officer has specific delineated duties that they make alone for their respective departments. So yes, if they're going to jointly be making a decision delegated by the authority of the commission, that could become subject to the Sunshine Law.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Warren.
It's time. So my thought about being able to have it shared with some of the other businesses is the hope that there would be more than 2 or 3 employees that will also be benefiting from this. But that's where I would see that the value of having more money in the pot to go to the businesses would make sense. I love the idea about having some kind of a sign to indicate that the city has helped that business. That was a great idea. My concern, again, if we put too many parameters in place, it's going to slow down the process. But I'm concerned that whoever is doing the assessment to look at the business and see that there's the viability of it, that there's the hope that it's got some standing, that it's going to be able to keep moving. And I think that's going to be the hardest part of the process, because there's always businesses that, without even the COVID-19 in place, have a difficult time, and businesses come and go. And if there's the most biggest challenge, I think, is assessing that this business is going to be able to keep going after the support that we give them is contributed toward them. And again, I don't know how you can assess it other than being able to look at how they've done up until this date to expect that they're going to be able to limp along with our assistance on their own afterwards. And I don't know how to make that, who would have that position. I don't want to get too many charters involved with this, as I think they've all got plenty of other activities that are also going on. If there is within one department, we have a really great finance department. I know they don't usually make assessments of people's background to pay their utility bill or their rent. I do like the other social services that have been doing it out there, Catholic Charities and agencies that do this on a regular basis. If there's some way that we can give them that big pot and know that they've got the experience and the ability to verify the people's ability to those agencies do make the payment directly to the utility or to the landlord. But again, my main point here, Commissioner Simmons, I like your idea about having more people involved in the assessment, but I don't know if I like the idea. I'm not comfortable with the idea of putting more charter officers on that task. We should have people in a department that could handle that responsibility. I want to get it out there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go back to Commissioner Ward, I'm just going to share a few thoughts. First of all, my view of this is an emergency measure, not an economic development measure. If this were an economic development proposal, then yes, we should go much deeper and be much more thorough, create a bunch of metrics that really get to the heart of what type of businesses we want to encourage and or discourage. This is the first of what I am guessing will be multiple efforts for the city to save people from going homeless and to save businesses from shuttering their doors permanently. And so rapidity is as important of a criteria as anything else. I am willing and even supportive of reconsidering the split between business and individuals. And so I would be willing to consider a 50-50 split instead of what's now about a 70-30 split. I am absolutely confident that the minute we open this up, we're going to have far more than 550 individual households applying for support. And so if we can free up some more money, especially unrestricted money, general fund money that doesn't have federal or state restrictions on it, I think will help us reach a part of our community that otherwise will be excluded from this. Mainly undocumented folks, but there's also going to be people with records that are probably going to be precluded from this and other things like that. So I'm willing to do that if it's the will of the majority of the commission. We need to stipulate that any general fund money used, especially if we can transfer some over to the neighbors side of this, we explicitly state we do not ask for immigration status. I'm not really supportive of many of the points. Commissioner Johnson's suggestions and points are excellent. They're very focused on being very deliberate and calculated about who are helping and not helping, but many of them will slow the process down, and time is of the essence here. So for example, the zip code issue, already through GCRA funds and CDBG funds, which constitute the majority of funds that are being used, there are restrictions based on census tract data and restrictions based on findings of slum and blight in the past. And so most of that money is already being weighted towards the areas where we would create now, the other thing about a zip code, that zip code areas are very, very large, whereas the census tract and CRA areas tend to be a little bit more concentrated. Well, the GCRA is probably the size of a normal zip code. What look, I'm going to trust the city manager to make this final decision. He has good representation on his on the group of people who's going to help him make that decision on the recommendations. And so there's going to be representation from EO on there. There's going to be representation from our finance people on there. But if we have to start scheduling sunshine meetings and doing public notice in advance, it's another a week or 2 weeks or however long it takes to get money in people's hands. And so I think we need to give very clear direction to the manager as to what we want to see in this for the criteria, and then he will make decisions based on that criteria. And then finally, I do want one area of one of the points of Commissioner Johnson's recommendation about it not being first come, first serve. I very much get that, because there's people that have phenomenal accountants who are ready in a heartbeat once this gets passed tonight to draw up the request. Once they have a form to fill in, they can draw it up and submit it. And then there's gonna be other people who do their books on a legal pad and are just it's going to be the payroll protection program all over again. And so I'm thinking what I'd be okay with is a short period of time where all of the applications come in, but it needs to be short. And I'm thinking maybe 3 days, 5 days max, and just giving people that need a little technical assistance the ability to go find it and get a good application in that will meet the minimum criteria and therefore be eligible for consideration. Okay, so that's where I am. I'm not going to go down every point from Commissioner Johnson's thing. We'll just we'll deal with those in the motion and how we split the vote. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several comments and questions too. We haven't heard, or I haven't heard, how this information is going to get out and shared with the community that maybe do not have access to internet access. What does that look like? Are we going to have paper applications? I think I would like to have more information on how we're going to get this important program up and running and get it out to the public that could really benefit it. So what are the steps? What are we going to do that?
Mr. Feldman, can you talk about our communication and outreach strategy?
So as it pertains to GNV for neighbors, we will definitely have a paper alternative. We're looking at setting up a help center where in a socially distant fashion with the right type of protection for both our neighbors and our staff, our community builders, that they can interact on there. There will be an application period. So on the neighbors, their preference is given to extremely low income neighbors first, and then then very low, and then low, and then ultimately, if there are additional dollars left over, to the moderate income neighbors, according to that chart that was in the package last Thursday. With regard to GNV for business, we're looking at several different outreach alternatives, including literally going door to door, as we have in the past, putting out information. So just like we did the enforcement where we went door to door, putting out the information, we may need to do that. However, we also have to recognize not all of our businesses have doors on there. So we're looking at potentially using our business tax receipt list and doing a quick mail. So we're putting our heads together and we're open to suggestions. And of course, we'll do all the social media. We're talking about an ad in the Guardian, an ad in the Sun, as well to try to get the word out there, but I think it, was referenced also at the last meeting on Thursday, to the extent that the mayor and the commission have your lists and can help us get the word out to the community leaders that you interact with, that would be helpful as well.
One final question. If we're doing first come, first serve, and someone comes in and they're doing a paper application for the neighbor side or either side, they're doing a paper application and someone else does online and beat them to the punch, and that person may be not disqualified, but may not have an opportunity to take advantage of the program because the disadvantage of filing by paper. Have you considered setting some funding aside for those who are going to do the paper application?
Are you talking about the GNV for neighbors piece?
Either one. Has that been considered?
We have not considered that.
Is that something you can consider?
I just need to think of the mechanism to do that. I don't want to make any promises I can't deliver on.
And I just think that may be an important factor to think about if you have certain population that don't necessarily have access to internet. You may have a business owner that has a janitorial service or something to that effect, or a housekeeper, and may not necessarily have access to internet at this time, have limited resources, and may need to fill out a paper application, and just may miss the mark because of the disadvantage that they may have. So I would think it's important that you would consider looking at the metrics and looking at how we can set aside a certain amount just for that population that just may miss the mark because of the disadvantage that they have.
Understood. I need to I can't give you a commitment right now. I don't know how that would look, but certainly we can, brainstorm with staff and figure that out.
Okay. And also I would like to see whenever this go into effect, that we have ample enough time to do the outreach and let folks know prior to the start of the program. I think that's going to be key and critical, not do it so much as simultaneously, but also give folks additional information, additional time to look at the program prior to us rolling it out.
As soon as we finish this meeting today, and I know what our marching orders are, we're going to start hitting the outreach.
Okay.
Just can't do it ahead of time. So.
Right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the commission is considering moving funds around, it's not something I support, but if you do, be careful so the unrestricted funds for the businesses, the other two funds in there are CRA and CBDG, which are limited in area. If we were, and it's already covers, I think, 2/3 of the money that's in the GNV business. If we take out unrestricted or a substantial amount of unrestricted dollars out of GNV business, that means that 75% of our city will not have a chance to get funds because it's so restricted. All other dollars, the CRA and CBDG dollars, and we already only have 1/3 of our GNV business money that's available to the 75% of the other businesses that are in our community. So there's already not going to be enough money for the businesses who are not in CRA and in CBDG areas. And if we reduce that funding, it means those will suffer even further. So please keep that in mind. As for the having kind of how we pick people, I think it should be just a binary decision, either yes or no on do they have this or not. If we start getting into qualitative decision-making, it will make things take much longer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Neighbors and what portion towards our businesses, and wondering what the flexibility would be on that, that what we say today, and then we put it into effect. And if we see that there is a stronger need for it to be in the neighbors than 50-50. I like the idea of splitting that at least. What is the flexibility to adjust as we go? Maybe city manager?
So Commissioner, I'm not quite sure I understood that.
What are we locked into once we make this decision as far as funding allocation and split, and what is under your ability to alter?
Is there
if we
flexibility?
see a different level of need once you get into the applications?
So the short answer is I have as much flexibility as the commission wants to give me.
Okay, well, that's what I'd like to consider, that we recognize that too, because we don't know what we're going to find out there. And I don't want us to be locked into a portion of a ratio that doesn't work for what the need is. So that's my question is if there's some availability to be flexible, then let's acknowledge that now, but say that I think going with what the mayor had suggested, at least a 50-50 at this point. I like that better than what the breakdown was before. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Johnson, we have, as they say, gone full circle. So we'll go back to you. Ms. Gainey, if you have that, you could do your share screen, or Marie, I don't know which of you is helping with that. And then Commissioner Johnson, I don't know if you're interested in incorporating any of the other comments or suggestions into your motion, or you just wanted to stick with the motion you got and see if what passes there, and if people want to go back and add things to it, then they can. Mr. Johnson?
Thanks. Can people hear me? I'm not able to see my screen. I see the interpreter on both of my screens for some reason.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm going to be reading from, and I really appreciate you giving, hearing me and understanding where I'm coming from, and considering some of the suggestions that I made. I think that going through this process is important, even if it comes at the end. Ideally, it would come at the beginning, but since it hasn't, it coming at the end, either way, it needs to happen in order for us to just come to a place where we're all comfortable and there's really good input. So I thank you for hearing me out. I will, based upon some of the feedback that I've gotten, I think 10 would be important. Let's go ahead and change that to a 50-50 split between the Gainesville Business Fund and the Gainesville Neighbors Fund. I did hear Commissioner Simmons and a couple of other people talk about having a different way to evaluate some of the applications. And I don't know how best that would work, but it's something I'm also interested in. I wish I had another suggestion. And if somebody has another suggestion outside of charter officers, I'm interested in hearing that to put into the motion. And if am I missing anything here?
First of all, is it Ms. Gainey, or are you typing, Ms. Gainey?
Yes, Ms. Gainey's typing.
Okay, so what you're changing right there actually is replacing 10.
It's replacing. Oh yeah, I can't see what the screen says, but yeah.
It's replacing 10. So instead of, there you go. And as far as anything else, being explicit that if for any unrestricted funds, we will not check immigration status or source of income.
Right. Yeah, let's add that.
Okay. I think that was, I don't know. We got some hands, Commissioner, so let's get your motion on the floor, and then we'll see if people want to try to add some stuff. We're splitting the lots anyway, so it's no harm in adding things if we need to. Okay, so are you moving what is, and Ms. Gainey, it was, will not check immigration status or source of income.
I think so. In order for me, I can't see the screen. I'm trying to see it on Facebook. I can leave and come back, and it'll literally take me 30 seconds and I'll be able to see it. I think it's something with my screen. Should I do that? It'll be like it'll
You can do that. So Commissioner, it is what you moved.
Yep.
Plus work with county to find funds within Gainesville neighbors. If the money is reallocate. Let's move that. So basically it's what you have, but
Right.
replacing the 1.2 million with the 50-50 split, and
Yes.
then adding the immigration status and source of income at the end.
That sounds great to me. Thank you.
So that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there, okay. Anybody, I can only see two of you right now because of the split screen. Anybody want to second that motion? You have to go off mute if you're going to do it. I can't see y'all. Okay, I'm not getting a second. Going once. Let me see. And I still can't see y'all, all of you. Okay, so that.
I'll give a second to it.
Okay, Commissioner Warren seconds.
It's Helen, but I can't.
I can't see there.
Are y'all
All I
using
can
pads?
see is the wording, the text that Commissioner Johnson is sharing with her document and the person signing it this time. That's all I can see.
Okay. Are y'all using iPads, both of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably the issue.
And I'm going back to mute.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question on the first one. It says have received SBA funds. That's very broad. I mean, most businesses, a lot of businesses receive SBA funds. There's a lot of like things in the past. I'm assuming it's ones that are directly related to COVID-19 response.
Yes. I'm not sure if, yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
What was that? That had a name, Mr. Feldman, the SBA loans that were given out. Do you remember that?
I do not recall the name of the SBA funds.
Can someone connect with Google? And it's something very specific, and it was done, I think, in the exact same time as the PPP was done by Congress. And so if we can put the specific name in there, I think that will solve that problem. Commissioner Santos, anything else?
I think we should just do the payroll protection program. It's pretty well familiar. I think the SBA funds were very small that some of them were getting, and I don't think it would be as substantial and should exclude them. Like sometimes like $10,000. And a lot of businesses, even just $10,000 is not, I think they should still get it. The PPPs were hundreds of thousands of dollars for certain people. So I think we should remove the SBA thing and just do PPP.
Okay. Anything else?
No. I won't be supporting majority of the question, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I was going to, similarly to Commissioner Hayes Santos, ask for some clarification. But with there being so many parts to this motion, I think I'll just support what I support when we split it, and not support what I don't support. Because
okay.
I also think that we just got to get this moving, and the more that we try to add layers to this, I think we just get into problems. Unintended.
Okay, thank you. And the SBA's funds were loans too. They were not forgivable and they were not grants. And so for any business that was able to get one, it's still on their balance sheet. They're going to have to pay back, unlike the PPP. Okay. Commissioner Santos?
I just have one comment on the number 5, demonstrating a strong chance. So one of my jobs when I worked at the University of Florida was at the entrepreneurship school, was to review business plans and looking at that. It is really difficult, it's really subjective, and it allows for biases to happen. I would ask that and it will slow the process down incredibly if we include that. So I would ask that we definitely don't include that one, or we don't pass that one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. I agree with that. Sorry, I'm just talking. Oh, it's because of Maryland.
Okay, sorry about that. It's bath and shower time in my household. Not for me.
We're on your schedule.
Not now.
I can take over.
Hi. Okay, so was there a point of clarification for number 5? That's where I was leaping off there.
I was just saying that I did that in my previous job when I worked at the University of Florida, reviewing business plans, and it's really subjective, and it will add biases, and it will extend things incredibly if we keep that in there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so number 5 was one of the main things that I was concerned about too. And seeing how we also have with number 1 that we're looking to provide assistance to those businesses that haven't received funding from some other source. You know, I understand what Commissioner Hayes Santos is talking about, that it's difficult. You know, if Commissioner Johnson is willing to remove that one and go back to looking at number 1 as remaining in there, I think it's going to be difficult enough to also just identify those that have already received assistance from other supports and services that are responding to COVID. But if we can keep 1 in there, I would be willing to suggest that number 5 could be taken out if Commissioner Johnson is agreeable to that.
Okay, thank you. And the SBA program was called SBA Disaster Assistance in Response to the Coronavirus. That was the specific loan program. Our Assistant City Manager, Deborah Bowie, gets the award for quickest response. Yeah, I see that the clerk is adding that right now. Disaster Assistance in Response to the Coronavirus.
Yeah, so that would say that if they get other SBA funds, that's not going to negate them from being qualified for this.
If this passes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On number 12, I think we need to refine that because I'm not sure that's doable as it's written. It depends on the source of funding. Am I correct?
Just so for city unrestricted funds. For any unrestricted funds. Yeah. Yeah, good catch. Okay. Commissioner Hayes Santos. Oh, and Simmons. There you go, a bunch of people. Hold on. Commissioner Simmons is first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like clarification for number 8. Work with HRC and Rural Women's Health Project to find a way to find funds to work with our undocumented community.
Commissioner Johnson, can you clarify that?
Can you clarify that?
Commissioner Johnson?
I don't know how to unmute myself.
You did it. You're unmuted. You're good.
Okay, thanks. So because of the sensitivity of some of our undocumented neighbors, then it's very difficult for them to want to work on a individual to government basis because a lot of this would be public record holding that information that's very sensitive if they're undocumented. So working with the Human Rights Coalition, they've already set up a fund where they are providing relief to some of our undocumented neighbors, and the Rural Women's Health Project is doing the same. So essentially, it's having government work with the organizations to be able to provide relief to our undocumented neighbors.
So should that be an motion, or should that just be a direction to staff?
Well, I will say, Commissioner, if it is in a motion, then it becomes direction to staff. Whether it could happen without a motion, probably it could. So it's kind of the preference of the motion maker, whether to include it or not.
And if it's included, could you change it to have government, or could you just have work with Human Rights Coalition? I think we need to identify who needs to work with the Human Rights Coalition if it's going to be in a motion.
City Manager?
You could just put staff, Commissioner. Staff work with Human Rights Coalition. Yeah.
Okay, that's good clarification. Thank you.
And also add, if you could, signage. If you receive grant funding, you should put a Gainesville Care signage in your business.
Yes, that sounds good.
Be number 13, Ms. Gainey. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On number 12, if we're not checking source of income and one of the requirements is income, I feel like that's kind of counterintuitive in essence. Do you know what I mean?
Income to disqualify somebody. So checking it to find out eligibility is one thing, but disqualifying somebody because of sources of income.
How it's written now, it says we'll not check it. So, I think we should probably.
Okay, so can we change it to immigration or source of income will not disqualify an applicant? Is that acceptable?
That works fine for me.
Okay. Okay, sorry, my little participants box is very small right now because we have lots of things on the screen, so I'm just scrolling. Anything else, Commissioner Santos? Hey, Santos?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned, there's a number of things that I won't be supporting, but I would like to, after hearing some of the discussion from the commissioners, I would like to ask that the maker of the motion and the seconder remove number 5. I think that if that were to pass, we would be putting our staff in an impossible situation. And I think it would actually work against the program because you'd have a lot of businesses. This isn't like prove how good your business can do after a pandemic. This is stay up, stay afloat, and stick around, and we'll be supporting you afterwards. So please remove that. I don't think that should pass. Thank you.
Am I responding to that or?
The mayor walked away, so he'll be back.
Okay, I can't see what's happening.
Okay. Just for the record, I agree with the statement on 5. I think it's so subjective and impossible to determine, even if we had months and months to do it. But to do it in a week or whatever, I don't think it's possible. Commissioner Santos, is that a new hand?
Old hand, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for the thorough discussion. I want to especially thank Commissioner Johnson for all of the effort and thought you put into this ahead of time that I think allowed for this excellent discussion. And so we will now turn to the city manager before, and then Larry will take public comment. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need some clarification with regard to number 3.
3. Yes.
Because that would change the entire program. And as I indicated to Commissioner Simmons, we would have to think through that and can't do it on the fly here.
I'm not sure if I remember that conversation, but what I did hear the mayor say, which I also agree with, is that if we had a short time frame, say 5 days or so, for people to be able to submit their applications and then evaluate all of them, and that's something that you and staff would work through to do within a short time frame, again, like say 1 to 2 days, and then disperse the funds. That's the way that would work for me. But I'm open to a different way, but it is important, at least for, so.
So I understand the intent. I'm just concerned about the mechanism. So it was always our intent to have an application period for both programs. If you take the business one, okay, which again has a whole bunch of binary decisions, we can sort of just randomize it and throw them all into a bucket literally, and then start pulling them out and evaluating. But you evaluate the first one, and it gets selected for funding, or you do it on that first come first serve. And of course, as I told Commissioner Simmons, we have to figure out electronic versus paper submission. But recognizing that there's going to be a limited amount of money on there needs to be some process. Now, I can develop some preference criteria. But again, you would have to give me the latitude to do that. I think because we don't have time to come back to you if we're going to launch this. So originally the intent was first come, first serve, binary decisions in terms of qualifications, whatever that list ultimately is. First one in gets, gets funding, second one in gets funding. Eventually you run out and people go onto a waiting list. Same thing with the neighbors. Neighbors is a little bit easier because of the priority given for the different income levels. But I guess where I'm wrapped up on is the term evaluate. I'm not sure I understand what evaluate means. What are we evaluating against?
Commissioner Johnson, can I take a pass at this? I think we don't need to overcomplicate this. If there's an application period of 5 days, bring them all in 5 days. As they come in, evaluate them for whether they are eligible or not. The ones that are not eligible, you set aside, doesn't matter anymore. The ones that are eligible, you keep at the end of the 5 days when you've evaluated all of them for eligibility, then you randomize. So it's not who got it in first. You completely randomize the applications that you pull out for consideration. Like literally, like you said, throw them all in a bucket, and that would normalize for the paper application as well, because you can have a staff person take the paper application, enter it online, and then print and then put it out like it's any other normal application. And with a 5 day period, you'd have time to do that as they came in.
We could randomize as the final result.
Commissioner Johnson, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I will go to Larry and ask for public comment.
Yes, sir. We should have Danny Castro standing by. Mr. Castro.
Okay.
Mr. Castro?
Oh, hello. My name is Daniel Castro, and I wanted to, I was just calling to first express my support with Commissioner Johnson's motion, and just say that I really think that it is crucial for the Gainesville CARES Act to direct the most aid and center like the most marginalized people, and like direct aid towards residents.
Do you have any more comments, Mr. Castro?
That was my main thing, and just to reiterate, I think the importance of centering. I really want to ask the commissioners to prioritize aid to our residents and our neighbors over aid to businesses.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have our next caller, please?
Yeah, we have Nathan Scott standing by.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. Since this commission is failing to verify the immigration status prior to distribution of GNV CARES funds, this commission cannot fully guarantee that they are not openly and knowingly violating state and federal law. The restrictions on the use of state and federal funds, there are restrictions on the use of state and federal funds, and each of you took an oath of office to uphold the law. How can you expect to order people to wear masks when you thumb your nose at state and federal law because you don't like it? Furthermore, you can't bypass the law by just giving money to third-party organizations in an attempt to skirt the law. You're inviting litigation and state action prohibiting the commission from willfully violating state and federal law. You're commingling funds. You have no ability to determine whether you're giving money out illegally or not, to undocumented persons or not, and you're opening yourselves up to not only state action, but litigation. So the city and city commission and the designated chartered officer should govern themselves accordingly. I'm reiterating my concerns about wasting taxpayer money on a consultant. You guys are making this far more difficult than it needs to be. And likewise, this is an oral ongoing public records request for all applications, a list of recipients, the distribution of all funds distributed under the GNV CARES program. A couple other comments. Commissioner Ward's assertion about businesses subsidizing residential electric rates is 100% false. Residential rates or electric rates are commensurate with the cost of service, and the excessive commercial electric rates, which are well in excess of the cost of service, unjustly subsidizes the excessive general fund transfer and the Commission's unwillingness to cut its budget. Finally, there's a lot of discussion about helping small businesses. That's another false, hypocritical narrative. A note for the record that this Commission didn't lift a finger to help Burrito Brothers when the construction of the standard blocked access to their small business. And they are the epitome of a Gainesville small business that no longer exists. Likewise, too, you talk about advertising in the Gainesville Sun and the Guardian. No mention about other media outlets, TV 20, Alachua Chronicle, nothing like that. So that seems to be a little bit discriminatory in itself. So those are my comments. Again, my biggest concern here is the willingness of this Commission to openly violate state and federal law. And if you continue to do so, you can expect opposition because, again, without inquiring as to immigration status, you cannot guarantee that these monies are not being distributed in violation of state and federal law because you don't know what money's going to who. So that's a fact, and I think the Commission needs to step back and understand that. And if taxpayer money is being used, it should be used for the benefit of taxpayers, not to circumvent the law. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
We have Uriel Watson standing by.
Welcome back.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I support reconsidering the division of funds and Johnson's plans about open availability. I support a 50-50 split. Personally, I'm a Floridian who hasn't had success with the unemployment infrastructure as is, and I'm kind of worried about slipping through the cracks and ending up indebted to my landlord. So I appreciate thinking about keeping those keeping those standards, I guess, kind of open and keeping an eye out for vulnerable people. That's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to voice my support for Johnson's plans, and thank you guys.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, we didn't have a chance to speak with this caller before taking the caller to air, but it's the phone number ending in 0519. Caller, please go ahead.
Yeah, hey, it's Mary Lou Hildreth. I've been with you guys for the past 3.5 hours. I just want to commend all of you on a very thoughtful process to help our neighbors and to help our businesses. I've never really participated a lot in your city commission meetings, but I've been hanging on every word for the past few weeks. I want to just some random points. I think that all the charters should look at the extra funds, not just the one charter position. But I do agree with Commissioner Warren about running this parallel with the budget because, again, I work for a city with a much, much smaller budget than you all, but, we're going to be looking at some shortfalls, so we can't, take 100% of any extras we have laying around to put it towards this program and to be fiscally responsible. I do agree with Commissioner Ariola, the testing and tracing and having a unified plan. I think I've commented to many of you that I'm concerned about our surrounding rural counties, one of which I work in, that they aren't establishing the same protocols. So mandating, masks in the city of Gainesville, I can guarantee you people from Hillcrest, Levy, Bradford, Putnam, Columbia, Swanee, whoever that come in to shop at Publix or go to Home Depot or Lowe's, they're not on the same page. And that's a concern when it comes to being unified in this particular area. I want to commend Commissioner Johnson for her well thought out plan. I do agree with it, the very least 50-50 business versus neighbors. I understand how hard it would be able to, as Commissioner DeSantis said about, making how are we going to know if they can recover or not? But it is a concern of mine because if you give somebody $5,000 and then they, never reopen, maybe that money could have gone to, another business. But I do go back to Commissioner Ward, where like we could wordsmith this and nickel this to death, but we got to start getting the money out here. And we might not have a perfect plan, but I think there's been a lot of thought. I think you have a great city manager minding the helm, and we can only do the best that we can. And I think you guys have done a great job, and Gainesville cares. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, this last caller also is someone we didn't get to visit with before they came into the queue. It's the phone caller ending in 1991. Please go ahead.
Hi, Jeremiah Tattersall. Thank you so much for having this meeting and discussing this. I want to support what Commissioner Johnson motion was or is, and what everyone is having with this conversation. I do want to bring up one other thing, and I don't know how possible this is, but most of the money that's going to be given to people is going to probably go towards rent. We've been doing a lot of surveys with the Alachua County Labor Coalition about what the biggest needs are, and it's overwhelmingly rent. Food is second, and then rent is the biggest thing. And I was wondering if there's any way that the city could use some of this funding to have some sort of a rent reduction. So people that are receiving this money, it's a stimulus that's going directly to landowners so that they can, pay rent to their mortgage and all that kind of stuff, which is fine and all. But is there a way that we could have some stipulation that says that somebody that receives this funding, it's proven that they are in need since they qualified and everything, gets a reduction in rent by 20%, 30%, something like this. Because, at the end of the day, like, we all need to have some shared sacrifice here, and it shouldn't just be these renters that are having trouble paying rent directly applying for this fund just to give it right back to their landlord. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, any other callers?
Mayor, we actually just got someone who jumped on the line. Mona, I believe, is standing by. And Mona, if you'd like to speak on this item, please go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Larry. Mayor and City Commissioners, this is Mona Gilde-Gibaja, President and CEO of United Way of North Central Florida. I want to thank you for what you're doing for the community at large and our neighbors. And I want to offer our assistance. As most of you know, we run the 211 information and referral line, and it can be a resource for folks in the community to contact 211 to get information on Gainesville Cares. We also offered to be a one-stop shop for appointments. If you would like to have folks have appointments at the different agencies that the commissioner received a letter from, Family Promise, Catholic Charities, Race Marketplace, we have talked to them. And if you would like folks to call one central location, 211 can be that. We do that with our VITA, our Voluntary Income Tax Assistance Program. In addition, we run the Homeless Management Information System that the city manager talked about. And we would be happy to work with you all to make sure that everybody that receives the Gainesville Cares funds, that they're entered into the HMIS system so that we can attempt to avoid duplication. Since many of those programs that sign that letter are already doing this work, and almost all of them already have an HMIS license and are already entering this information in our database. So however we can help, we are happy to.
Thank you so much for all that United Way is doing, Mona. You've been amazing throughout this.
You're very, very welcome. Thanks.
Hey, Larry, anybody else?
Thank you.
No, Mayor, that is all.
Okay, thank you. I like the point that Jeremiah made. I mean, it's done with a lot of thought, but what would happen is it would cause people to not be able to get relief, because if I'm a landlord and the city tries to pay me, but my stipulation to get the money is I have to reduce rent, I'm just saying, well, I'm not going to take the money, and I'm going to work directly with the person who I have a legal contract with to get the full thing. And so it would just be such an added burden and step, and probably not be very effective. So I think we're going to have to think of other ways to try to get relief for people in that way. And again, I go back to Harvey's impassioned pleas over and over. We can't make perfect an enemy of the good, and we've got to get this passed so we can get it in the hands of people to keep them from getting evicted. Okay, so we've got a lengthy motion. I am going to read it, and I'm assuming in the motion, and let's just clarify this, Commissioner Johnson, that it also includes the language in the recommendation, which is basically reauthorizing the CDBG money. And I can read that so let me start with that. To approve the substantial amendments to the 2018 through 22 Citizen Participation Plan, the 2018 through 22 Consolidated Plan, and the 2019-20 Annual Action Plan. Approve reallocating FY 19-20 CDBG program funding of $437,170 in COVID-19 or CDBG-CV funding of $800,608 to the GNV CARES Initiative. Authorize the city manager to take appropriate action to expend the funds, and authorize the manager to execute the required programmatic and financial agreements. In addition to that, we have, there it is. Only businesses that have not received, I'm sorry, I got to get all this stuff out of my way. There we go. There's one thing out of the way and the other. Okay. Only businesses that have not received payroll protection program funds and SBA disaster assistance in response to the coronavirus funds are eligible. This funding should be reimbursed by the state to the city should the future funds be allocated from state to local governments for COVID-19 relief. There should be an open time frame for all applications to be received and then evaluated, rather than a first come, first serve. Although this will not be used in evaluation, there's going to be certain demographic information collected, demonstrate a strong chance of remaining open and a recovery plan. 7, prioritization of businesses located in a zip code with a high poverty rate. 8, operated consistently for 2 years or more. 9, staff work with Human Rights Coalition and Rural Women's Health Project to find ways to work with our undocumented community. 10, appeal process for business. 11, change the funding to a 50-50 split between neighbors and business. 12, work with the county to find funds within Gainesville neighbors if the money is reallocated to find funds to house our homeless population in single room units. Immigration status or source of income will not disqualify an applicant for receiving city unrestricted funds. All businesses receiving funding should place a GNV CARES sign in their window. So we're just going to take these one at a time. Madam Clerk, I hope you're ready for a roll call vote. I will read the item we are voting on before each vote. This first vote will be to approve the recommendation as listed in the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I did see that the city manager had his hand raised. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I minimized that screen. Go ahead, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm used to being minimized. I guess, and I just need my staff to chime in on this. So the recommendation that was on the agenda was the allocation of CDBG funds between the business neighbors in the business programs. And I just need to make sure that I've got the flexibility to move CDBG funds between programs in order to comply with number 11 on your list. Should that be adopted by the commission?
Okay, and I think the idea is that total funding. So at 1.6 million should go towards neighbors and 1.6 should go towards business.
Right. So that could be done in a couple of ways, and So part of that would be to move all the general fund money to neighbors, which would then not give us latitude to deal with any businesses that are outside CDBG or CRA areas, or to take a portion from the CDBG for businesses and a portion from the general fund and move it to neighbors in order to get that that allocation. And since we're going through a HUD process today, I just want to make sure that the motion is fine for my staff to allow us to do that, or if we have to come up with new numbers in the motion.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're, you need us to wait to vote for your staff to answer that question for you? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir. If you can just maybe take a quick 5-minute recess so I can just get that answer clear.
Well, we'll take a recess if by the time we get to 11, you don't have that answered yet, okay? Because it's going to take us a while to get there. And I think the intention of the commission pretty universally has been help the greatest diversity of businesses and people. So finding a way to split that that accomplishes that goal, I think is
yeah, I'm not arguing that point at all. I just want to make sure the motion is correct.
Okay. So let's get number 1 because that may affect number 1. So we'll go to number 2. We're voting on only businesses that have not received payroll protection program funds or SBA disaster assistance response funds. That should read and/or, Madam Clerk, I think. I don't think we're saying if they've received both, but either. In response to the coronavirus funds are eligible. Yeah, and/or. Both. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Hayes Santos in dissent. The next item we'll be voting on is the funding should be reimbursed by the state to the city should future funds be allocated from state to local government for COVID-19 relief. I think this is more a statement of principle rather than authorization, but we'll vote on it nonetheless. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Very hopeful, aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes with Ward and Hayes Santos in dissent. Number 4, there should be an open time frame for all applications to be received and then evaluated rather than on a first come, first served basis. And we worked out the details of what that looked like with the manager in our discussion. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
Commissioner Ward.
No.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-3 with Ariola, Ward, and Hayes Santos in dissent. Okay, the next that we'll be voting on, although this will not be used for evaluation purposes, the specific data will be collected, including number of people in household, race, ethnicity, gender, primary or secondary language, disability status, and veteran status. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Commissioner Simmons.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. Was that Ward and Hayes Santos in dissent?
Hayes Santos and Commissioner Simmons in dissent. 5-2.
Hayes Santos and Simmons in dissent, 5-2. Thank you. Okay, next one. Demonstrate a strong chance of remaining open past COVID-19. The application should include a description of the impact of COVID-19 on the business and a recovery plan. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
No.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Mayor Poe.
No, that motion fails 1-6 with Johnson in the affirmative. The next item, prioritization of businesses located in a zip code with a high poverty rate. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Warren,
No.
Commissioner Ariola,
No, I feel it's arbitrary.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Mayor Poe.
No, that motion fails 1-6 with Johnson in the affirmative. Okay, the next one, operated consistently for 2 years or more. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Warren,
No.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Mayor Poe.
No, that motion fails 1-6 with Johnson in the affirmative, I think is right.
That's correct.
Okay. Next one, staff will work with Human Rights Coalition Rural Women's Health Project to find a way to find funds to work with our undocumented community. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Next item, appeal process for businesses. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Warren,
No.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion fails 2-5 with Poe and Johnson in the affirmative. We'll skip the next one that city manager is working on. The next one will be work with the county to find funds within Gainesville neighbors. If the money is reallocated to find funds to house our homeless population in single room units. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Just gave them $1 million for homeless.
No, that motion fails 3-4. We had Warren, Johnson, and who was the third in the affirmative?
Simmons.
Simmons, Warren, Johnson, and Simmons in the affirmative.
I think that passes.
And Ariola.
Ariola, did you vote in the affirmative on that?
I did vote in the affirmative.
Okay, 4-3 with Ariola added to the affirmative. So it was Hayes Santos, Poe, and Ward in the dissent. The next item, immigration status or source of income will not disqualify an applicant for receiving city unrestricted funds. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Next one, all businesses receiving funding should take place in a GNV Cares, or should place a GNV Cares signage in their window. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye. I'm sorry, I missed the no's on that.
6-1 with Commissioner Ariola in dissent.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have a update for us?
I think we're good. If for some reason we're not, we'll ask you all to meet again.
Okay, very good. So then let's go back to number 1. Approve recommendation is listed in the agenda. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Johnson,
Oh,
Commissioner Simmons,
I have a question. I had my hand raised before the vote, Mayor.
Okay, okay, go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos, sorry, I didn't see you either. You were off screen. Commissioner Simmons?
I had a question about the, did we put into the motion, or were we going to discuss the evaluation process? I didn't know if that was included in the motion or not.
What's included in the motion is what was presented last week, which is a so I think the city manager described earlier today too that there will the consultant will evaluate whether an application meets the minimum criteria or not. All of the ones that do meet the minimum criteria will then go to a panel that includes people from different departments. And then they will make a recommendation to the city manager, who will make the final determination. And that's what's in the program as it is right now.
So, Mayor, could we break that up? The next 4 recommendations, could they be broken up?
There's only 2 more. There's the approve the recommendation as listed in the agenda, and all businesses. Oh, I see, of the agenda recommendation. Well, can we split off? Can we just split off the evaluation process? Can we just split that one?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay, so this is Madam Clerk. This will be a roll call vote for the recommendations in the agenda, with everything except the evaluation process.
Mayor, if I could just clarify.
Please. Yeah.
We talked about the evaluation process. We're talking about at the end of the program, we have to evaluate its success and submit that to HUD for the CDBG portion. So we're not talking about the evaluation of the applications.
Okay, so Commissioner Simmons, we will split off an additional part of the motion if Commissioner Johnson and the seconder agree to vote to approve the internal evaluation process as it's been presented to us or not, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, you okay with that?
Thank you.
Seconder, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so we're now voting on the 4 parts of the agenda. The recommendation is listed on the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, there was no change to number 1 as is. A roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. The next one we'll vote on is that there will be a 50-50 split between GNV Neighbors and GNV Business. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 5-2 with Ward, Hayes Santos in dissent. And the last item will be endorsing the evaluation, the internal evaluation process for the individual applications, which again, it'll be open for a 5-day period. Applications will be accepted or rejected based on meeting minimum criteria by the consultant. All of the applications that meet the minimum criteria will then be evaluated by a group of city staff, which will make a recommendation to the city manager, who will make a final determination. And it will not be based on a first come, first serve, but randomized after all eligible applications are screened. So we're voting to endorse that process or not. So roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
No.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
No.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 4-3 with Ariola, Simmons, and Hayes Santos in dissent. Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos, you had your hand up.
Yeah, it was on. What exactly is 12? Are we gonna house every single homeless person in the county, or in the if anybody who comes to our city? I mean, I guess it's a very broad thing. I want to get a better understanding of exactly what passed on 12. Because how it's written means that we're gonna put anybody in a hotel. At least from my viewpoint of seeing it.
Commissioner Johnson.
That was the intention. Get people off the streets.
So if someone travels here, and we'll just put them in the hotel?
Well, I know that there's street teams that are going out that I think have a pretty good roster of the people that have been in our county. I know that like Mona and other folks have been working on that, along with some folks from UFL. So maybe the suggestion would be to use that current roster.
And I guess also we had a funding arrangement with the county commission where we would take care of the Grace Marketplace, and they would deal with rapid rehousing and things like that. It seems like the county would be better to fund that, since we're funding.
Yeah, that's why the recommendation was to work with the county.
So,
Okay.
I personally reached a couple of the commissioners to find out how I haven't hear back soon about the funding that they took last year. And my hope was that we would be able to use some of that funding. I'm not sure yet. I reached out to some of the commissioners, and I hope to get an answer. But yes, that's why the motion was to include the county conversation.
Mr. Feldman.
So again, we've been working with the county, just so the commission knows. We were the ones that asked them to form the outreach teams that are out there talking to the vulnerable population. And if they are symptomatic, we can get them testing. If they are in a high-risk group, including the residents that are currently in shelters, we can get them non-congregate housing at 3 hotels that have gone through the county's procurement process. So those are in place. And we have agreed to cost share the non-reimbursable portion of that with the county 50-50. And as far as I can know right now, I'm not aware that we've actually housed any based upon that request.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could someone please reread that section for us?
Madam Clerk, can you do that? I don't have the screen share anymore, so you'd probably be the best one to do that.
Absolutely, and that is number 12. The county to find funds within Gainesville neighbors, money allocated to find funds to house our homeless population in single room units.
Okay, so we have indeterminate number for those funds. We voted to to increase the number to about 1.6 million to fund the Gainesville neighbor side. And we voted to spend an indeterminate amount of money for a homeless SRO project. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think it is, Commissioner. And you know, obviously I voted against this because I thought this was not appropriate for this plan, but we allocated a certain amount of money. A significant amount of that money has restrictions on how it can be spent and where it can be spent. And there is also a level of prioritization. And so somebody has to show that they are very low income. They get first consideration. And then they have to show that they're low income. And we'll work through there. My strong feeling is that we will probably not get out of the very low income category and the money will be gone.
I generally think I would tend to think that that's correct, but that's not what it says. And the homeless folks who are going to be applying are certainly extremely low income. I am for housing homeless folks, as I have been saying for about 3 years on the commission. I think we've just raided our own fund. And
I'm very concerned about that as well.
What we have done is put all the discretion in the hands of the city manager, and I trust the city manager, but we've given him a whole lot of decisions to make, and I think that was not what we were trying to do in the first place. I would like to be able tonight, when we're done, to disseminate what we have done, but I ain't real clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to need to hear from the city manager on his interpretation of the prioritization of these funds. I think this was a significant mistake, though. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, as it was a 4-3 vote to pass this motion, I had a different understanding, now hearing from my colleagues. So I would like to move that we reconsider that particular voting and that we vote right away.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you. There's a motion to reconsider. Is there a second to that motion? I can't see you anymore because the screen just got shared.
Second.
Okay, there's a second.
And I raised my hand as one of the.
Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Go ahead, Commissioner Warren.
It's a similar response to what Commissioner Ariola just said too. My concern is we have to look at the homeless population and getting them housed in a much bigger context than what we're dealing with during this process. Because if we get them into hotels and housed there, unless it's a permanent fixed, we haven't really taken that solution to where it needs to be. So I think we need to separate that item from this process that we're dealing with today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I agree with Commissioner Ariola and also Warren. I would like to take that out and revote.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's go move to a roll call vote. This vote is on the motion to reconsider. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Do I need to say aye or nay? I'm not sure exactly what
The vote is to reconsider, not to whether to do it or not, but to take a second vote, basically.
Take a second vote. Aye.
The first vote is a procedural vote. Yeah.
Okay. Aye.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. We hear you now.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes 6-1 to reconsider. We will now be taking a roll call vote on the following. Work with the county to find funds within Gainesville neighbors if the money is reallocated to find funds to house our homeless population in single room units. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
Commissioner Warren,
No.
Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
and Mayor Poe.
No. Did you get to Johnson?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Okay, that motion fails 1-6 with Johnson in the affirmative.
Mayor, as the reconsidering, may I make a comment? Brief, very brief.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear that I absolutely want us to find funding to get people off of the streets. However, I would just like to say, commissioners, as was said at the top, let's work on one program. Let's make that program as good as we can. Let's not try to solve every single issue with one program and one motion. It's just not going to happen that way. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the manager brings back.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is 191157, charter amendments with a recommendation that the City Commission discuss and take action deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you. We did get an update from Thomas Harrington, our legislative liaison. So hopefully everyone got time to read that. It seems like there's only one really big sort of amendment still being considered that might affect us in a big way. So I'm guessing that's what we want to talk about. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, it's the land use item. So I guess I can briefly give a description of this. What the County Charter Review Commission is looking at or considering to put on the ballot is to have county land use in areas that are annexed by the city or annexed by any city and municipality. And I think the goal of this is to conserve natural areas and rural agriculture farmland. There are some maps or some portions that they're considering that I think are really bad and would have a big negative impact on us. One of the ones they're considering is like anywhere that's not inside of the city would have county land use forever. I've talked to a few county CRC members, and I think we should give our opinion on this. I'm personally, if we could put on the screen on the backup like page 12 of the agenda where it has like map option number 2A, or if you can turn to page 12, it says map option 2A. That's the one that I think is overall, I think it's a good idea to do what they're doing, and other cities have done it. I think that we should support map option 2A. It allows all the cities to grow some. For us, it would just keep our urban reserve as areas that we could annex and not have to have. It's how this looks is like the gray area is areas that the city would have land use control over, and the green areas are areas that the county would have land use control over. So we keep going down page 12. Keep on going down. There, or go up. So if you go down to map option 2A.
That's it. You got it.
So that one I think is a good compromise. For us, it would be the urban reserve boundary, and then all the other municipalities will also have an area that they can grow without being under county land use. And this also kind of keeps a green belt around our municipalities, and so that's what I'd like to discuss. I would like for us to send a letter to the county CRC and the county commission asking them to support map option 2A for their proposed amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second to that motion? Can you pull down the share screen so I can see the people, please? Ms. Gainey? Okay, was there a second to the motion? Commissioner Ward was the seconder. Okay, Mr. McDermott, you have a hands up thing on your somewhere on your screen, Mr. McDermott.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, City Commissioners, yeah, I just feel like I should weigh in because before you make a motion, just to give you an update, I drafted a memo for the benefit of the commission on this very issue back in February sometime. And the long story short of that memo was that at that time, the county charter commission, as well as the county, had authority to adopt charter amendment language to this effect. However, since then, there's been a state bill that has been passed, Senate Bill 410, that currently is ordered enrolled and will be moved to the governor and is likely to be become law. It's unlikely to be vetoed at this point, although it's not certain. And that new state law directly conflicts with the county's ability to impose a charter amendment to this effect. It specifically restricts counties, charter counties or non-charter counties, from having a charter amendment that where the county would be usurping the various municipalities within the county, where the charter amendment would be usurping their land use and zoning authority on land that the municipality has annexed. In other words, doing exactly what the county was looking to do with this potential charter amendment. So that bill is again, it's been passed, it's been ordered enrolled. And I think, our advice to you would be that kind of answers the question of what the county can do in its usurping the city's land use authority. It doesn't speak to their ability to impose impact fees or some of the other measures the county was considering. Should just strictly their ability to take away the city's land use and zoning authority over land that we annex in the future. I will just add too that just FYI, the city and the county have been in ongoing discussions, sometimes more often than others, but just over the course of the last couple of years, on a joint planning agreement, which is it's a method that's encouraged in state law for cities and counties to work together in a joint manner to do just this as well, which is to plan the continued growth of the respective municipalities and come up with a way jointly that works best as far as planning for land use and zoning authority, as well as impact fees and other types of growth effects that will be felt by both the county and the city. Transportation fees, anything else in that respect. So there is an ongoing dialogue. I don't know how much, obviously, right now in these times, but there to do just this. But just wanted to give you that update of, as it affects your motion of what kind of letter to send over to the county.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott.
Here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should still send it. The governor has still not signed it or vetoed it. And also the county's CRC attorney, they have an independent attorney for them, believes that bill is unconstitutional. So I think we should still make our voice heard because the county CRC is still considering it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would just weigh in one last bit that, I would disagree with that letter from the commission's attorney. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you don't need to answer, Ms. McDermott. There's no harm in us communicating our preference if something were to go into effect at this time. So there's, probably better for us to communicate what our preference is as opposed to having no input into the process of something that would affect us greatly. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I saw some of that discussion on the TV last week. I think it was one of the repeat late night show, but my concern is for them to put themselves in a position to basically have oversight of how the land gets used, even if we get it annexed into our city lines. And I just don't think there should be that type of a permanent stamp that allows them to have that control. And so I'm not in agreement with them having basically they have a reserved area that they will be able to maintain land use oversight. And I think that would also include some taxing purposes on how things get built out. So that's my comment. So I guess probably at some point there would be a request for you to send a letter to the county voicing our objections to the gray area statement that the county would retain land use and zoning authority within areas located outside our existing municipal boundaries, even if we annex those areas in. I would object to that as a forever position that the county's trying to stamp out.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm torn on this. It's a charter review process for the county, and certainly we're all county residents and have ought to have a voice as individuals. I think it's, as a commission, I'm not sure, even as a seconder of the motion, I'm not entirely sure whether we ought to weigh in as a commission or not. We certainly all, if it passes and ends up on the ballot, we certainly all can weigh in on whether or not we think folks vote for it. I'm torn on this, and I'm enjoying hearing what you all have to say about it, because I'm honestly not sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I equally have some concerns, as most of you do, but I'm going to take the advice of the council, of our council, and not support this motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, just coming back, and my consideration as to whether this is a city responsibility or not is that I think certainly it is a city responsibility, because there's a potential for this charter amendment to take away some of the rights that we currently have as city control with zonings and land use to the future possibilities of what gets annexed in. So I do, for one, support that this is important for us to look out for the future of the city's ability to have a say in land that becomes annexed in, whether it's been developed or if it's already been developed. Like we're seeing a lot of places have come in after neighborhoods have been established. But I'm also seeing a trend where land that's being proposed to be developed is annexing into the city with a preference to be able to use the city's land use and zoning codes. What I think we were missing still is a bigger conversation on how we are going to look at growth in the next 20 years, and how do we really maintain the emphasis on density and not sprawl. And I don't see that this stops that. And that's going to be a tough conversation, because if we look at areas and land rights that the state is putting statements down, it's very difficult for us to say areas in one location that maybe should be protected more for conservation needs. We can't say that the density of another area should be where the people move in to leave lower density in some of the areas. But as far as an attitude that the wetlands east of us is more important than the pine highlands and the sand that filters the water down quickly, both sides of our city are important in conservation purposes with the water recharge that we have. And I feel like we've been having a battle over the years saying the swamp is more important to protect than our pine. I can't think of the specific term for that type of land, but our sandy areas are critical. We need to get them protected too. And we have to engage our whole community in the county in that conversation, because we really know that this is where people are going to be moving. But I don't see that this map doesn't take care of that. But it would take away some of our rights as a city to say what can be done in city boundaries. And I don't like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Ward's point about not wanting to take a stand, because I completely understand that, and I'm usually there, but because this directly affects what we do as a city government, I think that's why that we should have our voice heard, because it's directed at municipalities. It's not really directed at people per se. I mean, it is, but it's strictly at municipalities. This is, I think, an anti-sprawl kind of mechanism. And there definitely is a lot of sprawl happening in Alachua and Newbury that are coming, and even going west from kind of the western Gainesville. And then this is the way that Florida state law doesn't allow many ways to be able to protect land. And you're right, Commissioner Warren, about the sandy loams and the pine, and this protects those areas as well. That's why I think map 2A, for us, we could still decide whatever we wanted to all the way to the urban boundary. So like town of Tioga and all of that would fall under our land use. It'll only be past kind of Jonesville that would not fall under us, or east of other side of Noonan's Lake. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I just want to say that I won't be supporting the motion, mostly because I'm still weighing the different opinions from councilors. And I would like to speak with more members of the Alachua County Charter Review Commission just to understand what the genesis of this amendment was. I'm hearing compelling arguments from my colleagues. I just want to make sure that I have a full grasp of the potential factors at play before I would like for us to take a public position on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to send a letter to the CRC and the County Commission to support map 2A on this proposed charter amendment. Larry, if we'd please turn to public comment.
Mayor, no calls at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gainey, can you move to a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Commissioner Warren. Commissioner Warren.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't tap.
I hear you now.
No.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Simmons.
No.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion fails 3-4 with Ward, Poe, and Hayes Santos in the affirmative. Go ahead, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to let you all know, I think their last hearing is on May 7th. So next Thursday is when they'll be making, I think they're meeting this week and then next week, and that's it. So please talk to the county charter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, so I like the mapping part, but I don't like the way that they are including that the county would retain the land use and zoning authority of those areas. If there's a way we could send them a letter that we support the conservation areas, but I don't like that they take away the city's ability to have a say in land use and zoning. If they were just trying to establish a map to protect, basically they're going back to our urban boundaries, kind of for planning for future use, and I like that, but I don't like them taking away our ability to use our land. And whenever we do take something in from the county, we try to adjust their zoning and land use anyway, but I just don't like the way it would bind us up to not be able to have a say to a community that's dealing directly with the city now, and that we have to be bound by something that I don't think is the right way to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe I could make a motion that the city, asking you if the members of the commission would be up for writing a letter to the commission saying we like the idea of the conservation stuff, but that for them to take that land use away from the city. I don't like that statement being included with it. I feel like I'm supporting a policy that I don't like. I do like the map.
We can send a letter saying we like the map, but we don't like the other parts of the proposed charter.
That it's taking, because it's taking away our future ability to have a say in it. It's saying in perpetuity, those areas will always be governed under the county. Not governed, but the zoning and land use will always be according to what the county says. And I feel like they're trying to have it all, So So my motion would be, the mayor would be able to write a letter to the county saying that the consideration of the map that is described in 2A is, appreciating it going back to the old urban boundary line kind of thing. But the old urban boundary line didn't have us restricted to how we then moved forward with the land use and zoning. And that's what I feel like really they're interjecting that on the appearance of just changing the map boundary lines, that they're also then injecting the secondary thing saying the county will have a say in perpetuity. I don't like that. If it's annexed into the city, it should be our say.
So the motion is that we support map 2A, but we do not support the other measures in the charter, proposed charter amendment.
Yep.
Was there a second to that motion? That motion dies for lack of a second.
That's all. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
That was the old hand, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is necessary direction to charter officers.
Charter officers, you've been going in a very fine direction. How's that? Okay, seeing no hands, thank you for no hands. We very much appreciate that. Some of us that are hangry right now. Thank you all very much. That was a challenging but important meeting and discussion we had tonight. I'm going to work with the clerk to schedule. Well, I'll just put it on our agenda for our next regular meeting. Been working on trying to find a way to give each commissioner an area of specific response to COVID-19 to work on with our city staff, and ideally with a county commissioner as well and their staff, and to try to coordinate our efforts. And there's just so much to do that if each of us can focus on one part of it and then share what we find and what the recommendations are with the rest of the commission, I think we can be both efficient and productive. And so I wanted to try to talk about that a little bit tonight, but I'm exhausted. And so I'll ask that be placed on our meeting for next Thursday. And with that, we are at the end of our business, and therefore this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well done.